When I was 14 years old, I was responsible for babysitting my little cousin at his home. It was an interesting experience that I remember well. It was an ordinary night, or at least it began like one. My mom and my aunt decided to go out shopping together. They were excited to explore the stores and find some great deals. Meanwhile, my dad and my uncle chose to spend their time at the movies, enjoying a film and relaxing in the theater. It was a cozy afternoon, and the two of us, my cousin and I, spent time together in the living room. We were sitting on the soft couch, surrounded by the warm glow of the sunlight streaming through the window. The television was turned on, displaying a colorful cartoon he enjoyed watching, but I did not focus on it. Something felt strange and unusual. In the beginning, I found it hard to put into words what I was feeling. The house itself was quite lovely. It had a warm and inviting atmosphere that made you feel right at home. It wasn't my cousin who was causing the trouble. He was perfectly fine, sitting there and laughing at the funny show we were watching. Even so, I couldn't get rid of that feeling. I decided to shake off the feeling and stood up to go check the back door. I'm not sure why, but when I locked it, I felt a small sense of relief wash over me. As I strolled back through the cozy kitchen, heading towards the inviting living room, that's when I spotted him. A man stood quietly, observing the world around him. He stood outside, looking intently through the window, his eyes fixed on what was happening inside. He looked really terrible, like he hadn't taken a shower or eaten anything in a long time, maybe even weeks. His clothes were very dirty, with lots of rips, and they hung loosely on his body. His hair looked like a wild and greasy tangle, and his eyes were locked onto my cousin. I stood still for a moment, feeling a tightness in my stomach that made me uneasy. What was he doing in this place? What made him look at my cousin for so long? At first, I thought it would be best to pretend that I hadn't noticed him at all. I didn't want to frighten my cousin at all. I stepped back into the living room, taking a deep breath to keep my voice steady and calm. "Hello," I said, trying my best to smile. "The time is passing, and it's becoming late. Let's go up to the next floor. Your mom probably wouldn't be happy if you stayed up too late." He complained a bit, insisting that he wasn't tired at all, but I was able to encourage him to get up and start moving. Once we reached upstairs, I carefully tucked him into his cozy bed, making sure he was warm and comfortable. I gently reminded him to stay there and rest well. "I will be right outside," I said reassuringly. "Please, just close your eyes for a moment, all right?" He nodded his head, showing his understanding, and thankfully, he didn't ask too many questions. After he got comfortable and settled in, I made my way back downstairs. My heart was beating really fast now, thumping in my chest so strongly that it seemed like it could explode at any moment. I quickly reached for the first item I saw, a meat tenderizer that was sitting in the kitchen. It wasn't the greatest weapon available, but it was something to have on hand. I made my way back to the window, the same spot where I had first caught a glimpse of him. The man had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. His absence was noticeable, and it left a lingering sense of mystery in the air. A wave of panic surged through my body. Where was he at this moment? I hurried to the front door, my heart racing, and carefully checked each of the locks to make sure they were secure. The deadbolt was locked tightly, and the doorknob felt firm and secure in place. I hurried back to the kitchen and took another look at the back door. It was still locked tight. I didn't see him outside, but I couldn't get rid of the feeling that he was still there, quietly watching me from somewhere nearby. I walked back up the stairs and settled down right in front of my cousin's bedroom door. I held the meat tenderizer firmly in my hand, gripping it so tightly that my knuckles turned a pale shade of white. The weight of it felt both reassuring and intimidating as I prepared for what was to come. My cousin slowly lifted the edge of the blankets and looked out with curious eyes. He wanted to know what I was up to at that moment. "There's no need to worry about it," I said reassuringly. "Please, just keep your voice down, all right?" He nodded his head slowly, but I could see the fear in his eyes now. I picked up my phone and dialed the number for the police. My voice trembled as I shared what was going on with them. They told me that they would send someone to help, but it would take around 30 minutes for them to arrive. After I finished my call, I picked up the phone again and dialed my dad's number. He and my uncle were enjoying a movie together, and they were about 45 minutes away from home. They promised they would leave immediately, but deep down I had a feeling they wouldn't arrive in time if anything went wrong. Suddenly I heard a sound. The sound of glass breaking echoed through the room, sharp and sudden. A sound echoed from downstairs, sending a chill through my veins and making my heart race with fear. The sound of heavy boots echoed in the quiet space, each step slow and deliberate, as if the person wearing them was taking their time to make an impression. A person was inside the house. I looked over at my cousin. "Please stay under the warm covers. Stay still, and please don't make any noise." His eyes were very wide, showing surprise, but he nodded his head and followed my instructions without hesitation. The footsteps echoed softly as they traveled through the house, each step causing the old wooden floor to creak gently beneath the weight. The sound seemed to linger in the air, adding a sense of mystery to the quiet surroundings. I sat there, holding the meat tenderizer tightly in my hands. My heart was pounding so loudly that I worried it might alert anyone nearby to our presence. I could hear the man breathing now. His breaths were heavy and uneven, like the sound of a stormy wind blowing through the trees. He was looking through the rooms on the lower floor, carefully opening doors and shifting items around to see what was inside. Suddenly, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching as he made his way up the stairs. Every step I took sounded loud and booming in my ears, like a clap of thunder. I leaned my back against the door, doing my best to remain as silent as I could. The footsteps came to a halt just outside my cousin's room, creating a moment of stillness in the air. I took a deep breath and held it in, feeling the air fill my lungs as I paused for a moment. The doorknob shook and made a rattling sound. However, he chose not to attempt to open it. He decided to keep going and looked into the other rooms upstairs. First, he checked the bathroom, then he moved on to my aunt and uncle's bedroom. Then, just like he had appeared out of nowhere, I heard him quietly make his way back down the stairs. I stayed completely still. I held my breath, feeling a mix of fear and anticipation, until I suddenly heard a new sound. It was the door to the basement creaking open, breaking the silence around me. He was making his way down there now. Minutes felt like they were stretching on forever, almost as if they were hours passing by. My legs were starting to cramp from sitting in front of the door for so long, but I felt too scared to move at all. At last, after what seemed like an eternity, I finally heard the distant wail of sirens echoing outside. The police rushed into the house, loudly giving orders as they looked around every room. I finally felt a sense of calm wash over me when I heard their voices announcing that the man was safely in custody. As I finally turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, I was greeted by one of the officers standing at the top of the stairs. He was holding the man, who appeared even more messy and unkempt when seen up close. His eyes were wide and looked all around the room quickly, as if he was searching for something. He kept mumbling words that I just couldn't make out. The officer later shared that the man had managed to escape from a mental hospital, which was located in a province that was quite far away. He had been wandering for many weeks, sneaking into houses and frightening the people inside. That night, I lay awake in bed, unable to close my eyes or drift off to sleep. Even after my parents and uncle returned home, and even after the police had gone, I found it hard to sleep. I lay there, wide awake, paying attention to every tiny noise around me. The picture of that man at the window kept coming back to me. He was just standing there, looking inside, and I couldn't get it out of my mind. I no longer babysit at all, even now. I'm unable to do that. Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. I grew up in a small town in Ohio, one of those places where everybody knew everybody. My mom used to joke that the town had fewer people in it than her graduating class from the city we came from. It was the kind of quiet place where nothing much ever happened, which is probably why my parents thought it was safe to leave me and my older sibling home alone that night. I was 7 years old, and my sibling was 14, maybe 15. They were grounded for something silly. I don't even remember why. Maybe they'd talked back to my dad or forgotten to do a chore. Either way, my dad had locked both the house phone and their cell phone in his gun safe. My sibling wasn't happy about it, and honestly, neither was I. Without a phone, we couldn't call anyone if something went wrong. My grandparents lived down the street, and my great-grandmother had her own little house on their property. That night, my parents were heading over to check on her since my grandparents were out of town. They promised they'd be back soon, and then we'd order pizza. That sounded fine to me. Pizza was always a good enough bribe to keep us happy. After they left, my sibling and I played video games for a while. Time passed, and we started to get hungry. It felt like my parents had been gone forever, and I began to wonder when they'd be back. That's when I heard a knock on the door. Excited, I thought it was my parents with the pizza, so I ran downstairs. My sibling followed after saving the game. The front door had a big window, and I could see the person standing on the other side. But it wasn't my parents. It was a man. He was tall and thin, with short black hair and scruffy facial hair. He looked about 24 or 25, way older than anyone I'd ever seen walking around town. And in our town, you knew everybody. This guy? I'd never seen him before. I froze for a second, confused and uneasy. I held up a finger to him, like saying, "1 second," and quickly closed the curtain. When I turned around, I saw my siblings staring at the door. Their face was pale, and I could tell they'd seen the guy too. Before either of us could say a word, the knocking turned into pounding. The door rattled as the man grabbed the handle and started shaking it. The noise echoed through the house, and I could feel my heart beating faster with every bang. "Come on," my sibling whispered, grabbing my hand and pulling me into the kitchen. They moved quickly, opening a drawer and grabbing a knife. The first one snapped in their hand. It was an old, flimsy thing. Without missing a beat, they grabbed another knife, a sturdier one. I clung to their arm as they led me into the laundry room, where we crouched behind the washing machine. We held each other tight. The pounding on the door didn't stop. It sounded like the man was trying to break the door down. My sibling whispered for me to stay quiet, and I nodded, too scared to even cry. Minutes passed like hours. The banging was so loud, I was sure the door was going to burst open any second. Then it did. I heard the front door creak open, and footsteps echoed in the hallway. My sibling tightened their grip on the knife, ready to jump up and protect me if the man found us. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst, but instead of the man, it was our mom. She rounded the corner, holding 2 pizza boxes, and stopped when she saw us huddled on the floor. Her face twisted with confusion. "What are you two doing down there?" she asked, setting the pizzas on the counter. We both stood up, shaky and still holding on to each other. I tried to tell her about the man, but the words came out all jumbled. My sibling managed to explain what had happened, how the man had banged on the door and tried to get in. But my mom just laughed. "Oh, that guy? Your dad's outside talking to him. He's a mechanic. He was asking about the old car in the driveway." My sibling and I exchanged a look. The car didn't even have a for sale sign on it. Why would someone come by so late at night to ask about it? Seeing the doubt on our faces, my mom tried to reassure us. "He didn't mean to scare you. He said he was sorry." She gave us both hugs and promised that the phones wouldn't be locked up again when they went out. We spent the rest of the night eating pizza, but neither of us said much. As a kid, I believed my mom. If she said the guy was harmless, then he probably was. But now that I'm older, I can't stop thinking about that night. Why would a grown man pound on the door like that, shaking the handle and trying so hard to get in? If he was just looking to talk about the car, why didn't he leave when no one answered? And why would he come so late at night? It wasn't just strange, it was wrong. The more I think about it, the more I realize how lucky we were. If my parents hadn't come home when they did, who knows what might have happened. My sibling was brave that night, braver than I was, but we were just kids. We wouldn't have stood a chance if that man had gotten inside. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I can't shake the feeling that we were in real danger that night. And that's the scariest part, knowing that something terrible could have happened, and we might never have seen it coming. I never thought something like this would happen to me. I live alone out in the country, miles from any real neighbors, and that's the way I like it. It's quiet, peaceful, and predictable, until it wasn't. I was sitting on my back porch that morning with a cup of coffee, like I do most days. The air was crisp, the kind of morning where you could see your breath if the sun hadn't fully warmed the air yet. My house backs up to a thick patch of woods, and the view is one of the reasons I bought the place. It feels like you're in your little world. The trees were swaying gently in the breeze when I first saw him. At first, I thought it was a deer or maybe a stray dog weaving through the trees. Then the figure stepped out of the tree line, and I realized it was a man. He looked rough, wild almost. His clothes were filthy and torn, his hair sticking out in matted clumps. He just stood there for a moment, and I wondered if maybe he was lost or in trouble. But then he started running. Not just jogging or stumbling, running straight toward my house, head down, fists pumping. My stomach dropped, and I froze for a second, my brain trying to catch up with what my eyes were seeing. This wasn't right. This wasn't some lost hiker. I bolted inside and locked the back door, my hands shaking as I slid the deadbolt into place. My heart was pounding, but I didn't have time to think. I ran through the house, locking every door and window I could think of. I grabbed my phone and called 911. "Someone's trying to get into my house," I told the operator. "He's running at me. He came out of the woods." "Stay calm," she said, her voice steady. "Is he still outside?" "I don't know," I said. "I don't think he's made it to the house yet." That's when I heard it, the faint creak of a floorboard. It wasn't coming from the porch. It was coming from inside the house. I felt a cold wave of dread wash over me. My basement stairs creak like that when someone steps on them. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This guy might already be inside. I moved slowly toward the hallway where the basement door was. It was open, a crack, just enough for me to see the dark stairwell beyond. That's when I remembered the basement windows. They're small and easy to miss, but they don't latch as tightly as they should. I'd been meaning to fix them for months, but never got around to it. My mind raced. Had he broken in last night? Had he been in my house the whole time? I told the operator what I was hearing. She urged me to stay calm, to keep myself safe, and to lock myself in a room if I could. But I couldn't just hide, not knowing he was in here with me. I grabbed my shotgun from the hall closet. I keep it loaded with non-lethal rounds for scaring off coyotes or the occasional stray dog. I checked the barrel, rock salt, rubber bullets, and then a live shell at the end. I didn't expect to ever need that last one. The footsteps grew louder, climbing the stairs, slowly and deliberately. My pulse was racing so fast I could hear it in my ears. The door creaked open, and he stepped into the hallway. He was massive, taller than I'd realized when I saw him outside, with broad shoulders and arms that hung like dead weight at his sides. His eyes were wild, bloodshot, and locked onto me. He didn't say a word, just started walking toward me, his movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet on strings. "Stop!" I shouted, raising the shotgun. "Don't come any closer." He didn't even flinch. The first shot hit him square in the chest. Rock salt. It should have stopped him in his tracks, but he didn't even seem to notice. He kept coming, his lips curling into a twisted grin. I fired again, this time with a rubber bullet. It knocked him back a step, but that grin never left his face. He let out a low, guttural growl, something primal, not even human, and lunged forward. I had no choice. The third shot was live ammunition, buckshot. It hit him in the chest, and blood sprayed across the walls. He staggered, his breath hitching, but he didn't stop. I fired again, and this time he fell to the ground, but even then he crawled toward me. I backed away, my hands trembling, but he was too fast. He grabbed my legs, pulling me down with him. We hit the floor hard, his weight pressed down on me, his hands clawing at my arms and chest. I could feel his hot, ragged breath on my face and smell the blood and sweat. I thought this was it. I thought he was going to kill me. Then, just as suddenly as he'd attacked, he stopped. His body went limp, and I managed to push him off me. He collapsed onto the floor, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Blood pooled beneath him, seeping into the cracks between the floorboards. I lay there for a moment, gasping for air, my hands still gripping the shotgun. I could hear the sound of sirens in the distance, growing louder. The police arrived minutes later. Guns drawn, they swept through the house, but there was no one else. The operator had heard everything, the gunshots, the shouting, the struggle, and had sent them as fast as she could. Later, I found out who he was. The man had escaped from a mental hospital in Baltimore, about 50 miles away. He'd broken out days earlier and somehow made his way to my house. The police think he found the basement window and climbed in during the night, squatting there until morning. The investigation cleared me of any wrongdoing. Self-defense, they said, but that didn't make it any easier to live with. The thought of him sleeping down there, just beneath my feet, still haunts me. Sometimes I wonder if I'd checked the basement the night before. Maybe I could have avoided all of this. Maybe he'd still be alive. I patched up the basement window and replaced the door lock, but I don't think I'll ever feel completely safe here again. Some things just leave a mark. In 2024, I was just 13 years old. It was a quiet Friday evening, and I was sitting on the couch in our living room watching an old rerun of some cartoon I didn't really care about. The sound of rain tapping against the windows filled the house, blending with the hum of the TV. My mom was upstairs in the bathroom, getting ready for bed. She always took her time, and I knew better than to bother her during her routine. A sudden knock at the front door broke the peaceful monotony of the night. It wasn't loud or aggressive, but it was enough to startle me. I hesitated, staring at the door. Who would visit us this late? I got up, my feet dragging against the carpet as I moved toward the door. Peeking through the peephole, I saw a familiar face. Mr. Dalvin, my dad's old friend. His gray hair was damp from the rain, and his expression was grave. My chest tightened. Something wasn't right. I opened the door. "Hi, Mr. Dalvin," I said, my voice shaky. "Hey, kid," he replied, his voice low and serious. I need to talk to your mom. Your dad, he's been in an accident. He's in the hospital." My stomach dropped. "Wait here," I mumbled, bolting upstairs to get my mom. I called out to her, barely able to form the words. She rushed out of the bathroom, still wrapping her robe around herself, and hurried down to meet Mr. Dalvin. I stood at the top of the stairs, watching as he explained everything to her. She gasped, covering her mouth with one hand. Minutes later, we were in Mr. Dalvin's car, speeding through the rain-slick streets toward the hospital. The whole ride, my mom kept asking questions, but his answers were short. All I could gather was that my dad's condition was serious, and he was still in surgery. My hands gripped the seatbelt tightly, my heart pounding. When we arrived at the hospital, the sterile smell of antiseptic hit me immediately. The lights were too bright, the walls too white. Nurses and doctors moved quickly through the halls, their faces set in expressions of focus. We were directed to a waiting area outside the operating theater. My mom sat down, clutching her purse, her face pale and tense. I sat beside her, feeling completely out of place. The clock on the wall seemed to tick louder with every passing second. Around 1 a.m., exhaustion took over. My mom's head was nodding as she fought to stay awake. I, on the other hand, was restless. Sitting still felt impossible, so I decided to explore the hospital. "I'll just walk around a bit," I told her. She barely responded, lost in her worry. The hallways of the hospital were dimly lit and eerily quiet at that hour. The further I wandered, the less familiar everything became. It was like the walls stretched endlessly, every turn leading to another identical corridor. My sneakers squeaked against the tiled floor, the only sound breaking the silence. Then I felt it, a presence. Someone was behind me. I turned my head, just enough to catch a glimpse. A man stood at the end of the hallway, his silhouette barely visible under the faint glow of the overhead lights. He wasn't moving, just standing there watching me. My breath quickened. I kept walking, quickening my pace, hoping I was imagining things. But when I glanced back again, he was closer. My heart thudded in my chest as I tried to remember the way back to the waiting area. But every hallway looked the same. Panic set in as I realized I was lost. Up ahead, I noticed a door slightly ajar. Without thinking, I slipped inside and quietly shut the door behind me. My eyes adjusted to the dim room, and I realized where I was. Rows of metal drawers lined the walls, each one labeled with a small tag. A cold chill settled over me. I didn't know much about hospitals, but even at 13, I understood where I was. The morgue. I backed away from the drawers, my breath coming in short gasps. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then a loud knock shattered the silence. I froze, staring at the door. The knock came again, But this time, I realized it wasn't coming from the door. It was coming from one of the drawers. My legs felt like they were glued to the floor as I stared at the row of metal compartments. The knock sounded again, louder this time. My hands trembled as I reached for the handle of the drawer. Just as I was about to open it, a voice behind me made me jump. "Hey kid, what are you doing here?" I spun around to see a man in a white coat, a doctor. His face was stern, but his eyes held a hint of curiosity. There was a knock," I stammered, pointing at the drawer. He raised an eyebrow. "A knock? From a morgue drawer?" He didn't wait for my answer before stepping past me and opening the drawers one by one. I watched in horror as each drawer revealed what I already feared: pale, lifeless bodies. My stomach churned, and I took a step back, unable to process what I was seeing. "See? Nothing here but the deceased," the doctor said, his tone dismissive. But before I could respond, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps outside the room. I turned toward the door, my heart racing. The footsteps stopped, and the door creaked open slightly. Standing there was the same man who had been following me. His face was shadowed, but his intent was clear. The man's footsteps echoed behind me as I ran, my lungs burning with every breath. I turned corner after corner, hoping to lose him, but the endless hallways seemed to loop back on themselves. Just when I thought I couldn't run anymore, I heard a familiar voice. "Honey, where are you?" It was my mom. Her voice was like a lifeline, pulling me out of the nightmare. I sprinted toward the sound, tears streaming down my face. When I reached her, I collapsed into her arms, sobbing. "What happened?" she asked, her voice full of concern. I turned to point at the man, but he was gone. The hallway was empty. Later, when I calmed down, I told my mom everything. She was skeptical, but concerned enough to report it to the hospital staff. Security searched the premises, but found no one matching the description of the man who had followed me. The next morning, we spoke to the same doctor I had met in the morgue. When I told him about the knocking sound, he looked at me with a mix of confusion and pity. "You must have been dreaming," he said. "There's no way anyone could knock from inside one of those drawers." I didn't argue, but I knew what I had heard. To this day, I can still hear that knock echoing in my mind. And as for the man who followed me, he was never caught. Sometimes late at night, I wonder who he was and what he wanted. But most of all, I wonder about that sound in the morgue. Was it just my imagination, or was it something far worse? Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. I never believed in ghosts or the supernatural, but there's something about that night that I can't explain. Something that keeps me awake, staring at the ceiling, replaying everything over and over again. It all started when my friends and I decided to explore the abandoned Waverly Hills Sanatorium. You've probably heard of it. It's one of the most haunted places in America. I know, cliché, right? But we weren't there for ghost stories. We were there for content. My best friend Kyle had this idea to start a YouTube channel. Ghost Hunters in the Dark, he called it. He thought it would blow up if we captured anything spooky. Then there was Mike, the skeptic in our group, and me, the one stuck somewhere in between. I didn't think we'd see anything, but I was curious enough to try. The sanatorium loomed over us like a black hole, swallowing up all the light from the full moon. Its windows were shattered, and the front doors hung open like a gaping mouth. Kyle was the most excited, bouncing with his camera in hand. Mike stayed quiet, fidgeting with his flashlight. "We'll cover more ground if we split up," Kyle suggested once we were inside. I didn't like the idea, but the building was massive, with long, winding hallways and endless rooms. It felt like a maze designed to keep you lost. Kyle argued that we could always call each other if something happened, and reluctantly, we agreed. I took the west hallway, where the air felt heavy and cold. My footsteps echoed, each sound bouncing back to me from the empty walls. The rooms I passed were mostly the same: peeling paint, overturned furniture, broken glass. Some still had rusted hospital beds with torn mattresses, as the ghosts of patients lingered there. Now and then I thought I heard something faint, a whisper, a scuffle of feet, but when I stopped to listen, there was only silence. My flashlight flickered, and I tapped it nervously. Meanwhile, Kyle and Mike explored their hallways. Over the walkie-talkie, Kyle's voice crackled with updates about old operating rooms and graffiti-covered walls. Mike stayed quieter, muttering occasionally about how this was all a waste of time. I had just turned a corner when Kyle's voice broke through the static. "Guys, come to me." Now, his tone wasn't playful anymore. It was sharp and tense. "Where are you?" Mike asked, his voice equally uneasy. "East hallway near the central staircase," Kyle replied. I started moving fast, the beam of my flashlight bobbing along the cracked tiles. I reached the staircase at the same time as Mike. Kyle was standing in the middle of the hall, his flashlight aimed at the ground. "What is it?" Mike asked out of breath. Kyle didn't answer right away. He just pointed. There on the floor was a white sheet. At first I thought it was just trash, but it wasn't crumpled like trash usually is. It was smooth, and the way it rose slightly in the middle, it looked like something was underneath. I felt a lump in my throat. "Is someone—" I didn't finish the sentence. Kyle nodded. "I think so. I thought it was just a blanket at first, but it's too neat. And it's not moving." Mike scoffed, trying to hide his fear. "Probably a homeless guy sleeping. Let's just leave." But Kyle shook his head. "We need to check. What if they're hurt?" Neither of us argued. Kyle was always the brave one. Kyle knelt next to the sheet, his flashlight still trained on it. His hand hovered over the edge. "Stay back," he said. I don't know why, but I grabbed Mike's arm, squeezing hard. There was something wrong about that sheet, something I couldn't put into words. Kyle hesitated for a moment, then reached out. He pinched the edge of the cloth between his fingers and started to lift it. That's when he screamed. It wasn't a startled yell or a shout for attention. It was the kind of scream that curdles your blood, raw and primal. He shot to his feet, dropping the flashlight, and before I could process what was happening, he was running. Mike and I didn't wait to ask questions. We bolted after him, our footsteps pounding through the dark, our breath ragged. We didn't stop until we were outside, gasping for air under the pale light of the moon. Kyle was pacing, his hands shaking. "What did you see?" Mike demanded. Kyle didn't look at us right away. His eyes were wide, staring at the ground. Finally, he whispered, "There were eyes, under the sheet, glowing bright yellow, staring right at me." Mike and I exchanged a look, but neither of us spoke. "We need to call the cops," Kyle said. "What if it's a body, or someone dangerous?" The police arrived about 20 minutes later. We led them to the spot, but when we got there, the sheet was gone. The officers searched the area, but there was nothing. No sheet, no body, no glowing eyes. Just an empty hallway. They took our statements, though I could tell they didn't believe us. One of them, an older guy with a tired face, pulled me aside. "You know," he said, "there's a story about this place. They say some of the patients never left. Maybe you kids should stay away." Later that night, after we'd gone home, we reviewed the footage. Kyle's camera had been rolling the whole time. We fast-forwarded to the part where he approached the sheet. The video showed Kyle kneeling, his hand reaching out, and then static. When the image returned, the camera was on the ground, pointing at our retreating feet. We never uploaded the video. We never went back to the sanatorium either. Kyle stopped talking about glowing eyes after a while, but I know he still sees them in his nightmares. In the 1990s, my wife, who was my girlfriend back then, worked at a hospital that had a long history. This hospital was originally built in the 1800s and later transformed into a palliative care facility. It was interesting to think about how many years it had been serving the community in different ways. New modern wings were built, and there was also a section with low-care units. These units looked like single-level cabins nestled in a lovely garden setting. They were designed for people who could still take care of themselves, but needed to be nearby in case they required medical help. Some of the original old buildings were still being used, and they had many places where cold drafts came in, doors that were hard to open, and other problems that needed attention. One of the most interesting things was a door that could lock all by itself. Then, just a few seconds later, it would unlock again, and there was no one nearby to turn the lock. It was quite mysterious and made people wonder how it happened. So my wife would get a ride to work and back home with a neighbor who worked at the same place. However, on Fridays, that neighbor would finish her work around lunchtime. To make sure my wife could continue working a full day, I would drive to pick her up after her shift. The drive took about 40 minutes each way, allowing me to be there for her when she finished her work. Since the traffic could be very unpredictable, I always made sure to leave an hour early to reach my destination on time. I would sit patiently outside the cozy brick cottage that served as an office, resting on a weathered old church pew. Some of the older people living in the low-care units would stroll around the lovely grounds, which were set in a beautiful rural area. As they walked, they would greet everyone with a friendly hello. After a few weeks, I got to know Ken better. He was in his 80s and lived in a low-care facility where he received assistance with daily activities. He faced some ongoing problems that made him spend several days in the hospital. After that, he would return home for a few weeks to rest and recover. He carefully planned my routine, and every Friday, he would be sitting on that familiar church pew, patiently waiting for me to arrive. I liked having a conversation with him. It was nice to share thoughts and ideas. He had a wealth of life experiences and had seen and done many things during his younger years. He loved to share those stories, and I found so much joy in listening to every single one of them. Ken owned a classic Toyota Celica from the 1980s. It was a stylish car that turned heads wherever he drove it. The sleek lines and vibrant color made it stand out on the road, and Ken loved the way it felt to be behind the wheel of such a memorable vehicle. He could no longer drive the car, but he felt a strong reluctance to part with it. Whenever his family visited him, he would ask them to take him for a ride in it. He often asked me to take him out for a drive, but I hardly knew him at all. The thought of driving a car that I wasn't familiar with made me feel uneasy, and I wasn't sure I wanted to do it. In addition, I had just about 20 minutes left before I would be heading out on my journey. Ken loved to play golf. He spent many hours on the golf course, enjoying the fresh air and the challenge of the game. He shared with me that his son would come to see him every week, a fact my wife also confirmed. During these visits, they would take the Celica out for a drive together. I thought they were planning to go play golf. Ken would share stories about how well he performed. He would share stories about hitting a ball deep into the thick grass or making 3 birdies, one after another. He would also keep track of how many balls ended up in the water. Every week brought a new tale. On some weeks, he would find himself 3 over par after his handicap adjustments were made. At other times, he played exceptionally well and managed to be 1 stroke under par after taking his handicap into account. I didn't really enjoy golf myself, but my dad and brother played it all the time, so I knew a lot about the game. Each of his stories was unique, filled with interesting details, and told in a way that captivated everyone who listened. After we finished talking about the exciting highlights from the week's golf game, he would share with me his experiences as a young man in the Air Force. He had many fascinating stories from World War II that he loved to recount. He worked in the Air Force for many years as a mechanic. Over time, he became a team leader, guiding his fellow mechanics. He also took on the important role of training new mechanics and sharing his knowledge and skills with them. After some time, he took on the role of a trade teacher at a technical college. He dedicated about 10 years to this job, sharing his knowledge and skills with students before he finally decided to retire. He shared many tales about creating new parts from whatever materials they could find to make things function properly. There were stories of failures and amusing incidents that happened in the workshop, and then there were the funny stories from his college days. It was a treasure trove of entertainment for me. As the weeks went by, I noticed that I was starting to leave work earlier and earlier on Fridays. I wanted to make sure I had plenty of time to enjoy his company and create special moments together. Sometimes I would arrive and he wouldn't be around. My wife would then explain to me that he was in the hospital for a little while. I started to feel like I missed our little conversations. After about 9 months of this, everything started to change. This Friday felt like a return to our usual routine. He was no longer in the hospital and was sitting beside me on the church pew once again. He shared the story of the golf game they played during the week. I needed to use the restroom, so I politely asked to be excused so I could go. When I returned, he was no longer there. I shared the news with my wife, and she responded, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to mention it, but Ken passed away earlier this week." but I was right there, having a conversation with him just before I went to the bathroom. He shared with me all the exciting details about the golf game. How could that possibly happen? Do you really think it's the same, Ken? The next week, I saw that his car was no longer parked in its usual place under the carport of his unit. Instead, it had been moved to the visitors' parking area, which was quite different from where it normally was. Instead of the usual vehicle, there was a big four-wheel drive parked there. It had a large trailer attached to the back, and the trailer was partly filled with various pieces of furniture and several boxes stacked on top of each other. It caused me to pause and think for a moment. It felt like a sign that he was gone, but deep down, I still held on to the hope that he was alive and doing okay. After all, just a week before, we had been chatting and sharing stories. I strolled down to the unit and discovered his son busy sorting through the things inside. I took a moment to share my name and a little about who I am. He was aware of me. Ken had shared details about our conversations on Fridays. He said that his dad had died the Tuesday before. I didn't want to make him feel bad, so I decided to stay silent about our conversation from the week before, just 3 days after he had passed away. But now I had proof that it wasn't Ken's human body sitting on that church pew and talking to me. He continued by saying that his dad enjoyed being in front of people, and he hoped that he wasn't making me feel bored. In fact, it is very different from what you might think. We chatted for a little while about some of the amusing stories from the war and shared experiences from the Air Force. I mentioned how amazed I was that Ken still had such a sharp mind and could remember every detail of our golf games from each week. He looked very confused, as if he was trying to understand something that didn't make sense to him. "Would you like to play a game of golf?" Yes, he would share all the details of each week's game, describing everything that happened. He then shared with me that Ken hadn't picked up a golf club in at least 10 years. I was completely shocked and couldn't believe what I was seeing. His son shared that every Thursday, he would pick up Ken. They would first go to the cemetery to visit the grave of Ken's wife. After that, they would head to a cozy cafe for lunch together. Once they finished eating, they would do some grocery shopping. Finally, they would stop to fill up the car with fuel before heading back home. It takes about 4 to 5 hours in total. I would like to know approximately how much time he might need to complete a round of golf. He did not say anything about any of those activities at all. It really surprises me how he could remember so many details. The golf stories must have come from his own past experiences, because the way he described everything in such detail was just too vivid to be imagined. My name is Muhammad Lee. I am from New York City and I'm Muslim. Back in 2015, I would always get bullied in middle school for being Muslim. People would call me terrorist and other names, but nobody came close to these two bullies of mine whose names were Frankie and Johnny. They would go to an extreme other level. The things they did to me included pantsing me, beating me up, chasing me, shoving me into lockers, and dunking my head into toilets, all because I was Muslim. I had some friends with me who weren't Islamophobic, but didn't really come to my defense when they saw me getting bullied. Now I will get to the point of this story. It was around the first weekend of December and winter was approaching. My parents had nothing to do that weekend, so they wanted to go upstate to our country house, which is in the Catskill Mountains. I invited my friend Jaden to come with me, since he was and is still my best friend. We drove out of the city at around 6 o'clock on Friday night and got to the house at around 8:30 to 9. When we got there, we all unpacked, took our shoes off, got dressed into night clothes, brushed our teeth, and we all went to bed. My parents stayed in their bedroom, while Jaden stayed in the same bedroom I was in. The next morning, we ate breakfast, and after that, me and Jaden wanted to go geocaching since we lived right next to a state forest that had plenty of hiking trails. Me and Jaden loved geocaching, and we have been doing it ever since first grade. My parents told us that we were allowed to do it, but we were only allowed to do it for a maximum of 4 hours. So we set off. An hour and a half passed by, and we already found like 4 or 5 treasures on our hike. We wrote our names down on a sheet with a pen to say that we were here traded valuable objects and placed them back in the hiding spots. We were now at a waterfall. The site was very pretty, and the next cache was 0.4 miles away. As we were walking, talking, and trying to locate the next geocache, we heard a best sound from behind us. We turned around and we saw something even more scarier than the scariest horror movie ever. There were 2 people, and take a guess who it was. Frankie and Johnny, my 2 biggest bullies in school. How in God's name were they in the same place that we were in? Did they secretly have a house up here? Did they follow us? How is this even possible? They couldn't have gotten here by themselves since they were the same age as I was, and we all were in middle school. My mind was still processing all of it. I said to both of them, "What the heck are you 2 doing here? How did you guys even find us?" Frankie then spoke and said, "You thought you could escape us, but no, you're wrong." I remember very descriptively that he said this. My eyes gazed in front of me, and I saw a large knife in Frankie's hand. That really frightened me. All of a sudden, Johnny sprinted and walked towards me, and before I could even run, he grabbed my entire body from around the back. It was impossible to escape him as he held me with a monster grip. He was taking me somewhere. We were going right to the edge of where the fall was. There were no bars to prevent us from falling into the deep water below us. It was all open. I was now scared for my life. Did he actually plan on killing me? I didn't want to know. I heard Jaden wailing for help. I turned around only to see Frankie holding him with a knife to his neck. Both of our lives were now in danger. I was now at the edge of where the fall was. As I was still trying to break free from Johnny, he started to speak. I very clearly remember him saying to me, "This is what you're gonna get. You terrorists killed my great uncle when 9/11 happened." His tone was now more angry than ever. I pleaded with him not to kill me, and I said that me and my parents were born in America and that we weren't like them. He didn't listen to me. Instead, he kept holding on to me, still filled with rage inside of him. I started to cry and kept yelling like a little girl to let me go, and he still wouldn't listen. You know, in a movie scene when a protagonist is saved from the antagonist, well, that's what happened. Right from behind me, I heard gunshots. We all turned around, and Johnny let go of me as I fell to the ground with my knees touching it. We all saw a hunter running towards us with a rifle in his hand. He kept shouting, "Let them go," over and over. He was now feet away from us. He shouted again, and this time he said, "Get the hell out of here, you 2. Scram." This was directed at Frankie and Johnny. They both ran and disappeared out of sight. He then walked slowly at us and asked us if we were all right. We said we were okay, and we thanked him for saving us. He then asked us who those 2 punks were. We told him the truth and said they were school bullies of mine, and they somehow managed to follow us from the city to upstate. The man was in such disbelief hearing this. He then offered us a ride home, and we accepted his offer. We got home in 10 to 15 minutes, and they allowed the man to come inside the house as he was our witness. We walked through the door and my mother asked, "Who is this?" My parents were pretty confused at that moment, and I don't blame them. I said that this guy saved us from the 2 bullies who regularly harassed me at school. They didn't seem to believe what I said at first, as they looked very suspicious, but we told my parents the story. After telling them the story, their moods had now shifted to beyond horrified. They were in shock hearing all of this, and they told me, Jaden, and the man to all go to the police station to report this, and I couldn't have agreed more. We got to the station. Jaden and the hunter all told the investigator the events that went down, as my parents were waiting in the lobby. They thanked us and told us that they would try to get in contact with our school board back in the city. Hearing them say this put me in a much better mood. That night and the next day was just pretty chill. We didn't do anything and we went back to the city Sunday, late afternoon. I was still a little shaken up by the incident, but I was able to calm down. The next day then came, and it was Monday. I was called into the principal's office, and I was told that Frankie and Johnny had both been expelled after what they did to me and Jaden. I was so happy to hear this, as both of those 2 assholes would not have to bother me anymore. The rest of my school years went pretty smoothly. Every once in a while, I would get called names like terrorists, but it never came to physical bullying again. And I didn't take it too personally because we were all still ignorant young kids. I never saw or heard from Johnny again. I saw Frankie one last time in 2019 on a street. I was walking on a sidewalk, and he was walking the other way on the same sidewalk. He didn't even look at me, as if he was too scared to. As of today, nobody has made fun of me for being a Muslim, as New York City has become more liberal. I eventually got over this incident, but whenever I see someone online or in person saying bad things about Muslims, the memory of what happened almost a decade ago plays back in my head and serves as a reminder that there will always be screwed up people in this world. I was 21 back in 2019, and I worked during the day at a place called Coconut's Car Wash in Flagler County, Florida. I didn't go to college because I couldn't afford it. My boss wasn't exactly the friendliest person, but he paid me a respectable amount of money, and I got along with almost everyone at work, except one guy who made me quit my job that year because of his creepy advancements towards me. This guy's name was Nicholas Sess, and he was 25 years old. He started working at the car wash at the beginning of that year. At first, he seemed like he was a safe person to talk to. He acted polite, and he made eye contact with me when we had conversations. We exchanged each other's social media, and it was normal at first. In March, he started acting more creepy towards me. He would keep touching me every chance that he could get. He would say he was doing it accidentally, but I wasn't dense, and I knew a liar when I would see one. He would also keep messaging me on Instagram for me to go out with him. I kept telling him that I wasn't interested, but he didn't take the hint. I was now feeling unsafe at work. I couldn't stand being in the same area as that creeper. I tried to talk with the manager about this, but he was so rude, and he said to me that I have to deal with my own problems. I had no one to talk to. My parents weren't that loving to me, and I didn't have enough money to go and talk about this with a therapist. My other coworkers claimed that they were too busy to talk to. I was alone. Nick's behavior started to get even worse. He went on social media harassing me with disgusting love notes. One night, this finally reached a boiling point. I was just coming out of the shower with my bathrobe on, and the shades to my window were left open. I caught a quick glance outside for a brief second, turned away for half a second, and then turned my head in that same direction again. What I saw was pure terror. The outside streetlights provided a clear view, only to see my creepy coworker Nick outside of my house, sitting on what I assumed to be his bike. Right as he saw me, he pedaled off away from my house until I couldn't see him anymore. How did he even know where I lived? I never told him my home address, and I never hung out with him outside of work. That was it. I went to my phone and blocked him on everything. After that, I emailed my boss and told him that I was quitting because of Nick's advancements. I complained to my boss on many different occasions, but he did nothing, and the only way to end this was if I left. After I finished that, I went to bed, and I hoped that it would be the end of it, but the truth is, it wasn't, and it kept getting worse from here. The next morning, I woke up and I saw a bunch of Instagram DM messages from an account that I did not recognize. I opened that app, and it was obviously Nick. He actually made another account because I blocked him. The messages looked really torrent, odd, and did not make any sense. This made me very uncomfortable in nature. He also did the same for Snapchat. I blocked him on both apps again. Now, this was before you could block someone on Instagram and new accounts that they created or have. The whole next 2 days, he would keep making more accounts, and I was still blocking them. In all honesty, I was not surprised. Nick had become such a nuisance that I decided that I would disable my social media accounts because he was borderline stalking me. That night, I heard a knock at my front door. It had to have been Nick. I walked over to the door and looked through the peephole, and this confirmed that it was in fact him. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to make it aware that I was home, despite all the lights being on and my car was parked in the driveway. He kept knocking, and he finally said something. He said that he would not leave, and if I didn't open the door and give him an explanation, we would have a problem. Right there and then, I gathered the courage to say to him through the closed door that my father had owned a gun. I then got my phone out and called 911. I connected to an operator and told every detail over the phone. I stayed on the line until the police got there. A police car pulled up right in front of my house, and I saw 3 officers step out of the car. They came in, and I told them everything that transpired. After this, they left, and they were able to locate where Nick lived. They didn't arrest him, but they warned him to leave me alone. I thought this would do something, but of course, Nick didn't listen. In fact, the next morning, the police caught him biking on his way to my house. This time, they arrested him, and he was taken to the police station. He was put in an interrogation room where he admitted some very disturbing things. He confessed that he had been outside of my house multiple times for the past 2 months and collected photos that I'd posted online. This made me feel like my world was crumbling into pieces. Why would he still think that I would date him after I told him no many times? Nick is currently facing a felony charge of burglary of a dwelling and a misdemeanor stalking charge. He is looking to face up to 15 years in prison and $11,000 in fines. When he gets released from prison, I highly doubt that he will still be obsessed with me and will be able to put it past him. I just hope that I am right about that. It was a bright, sunny afternoon, the kind where the world feels too normal for anything strange to happen. I was with my 2 friends, Jamie and Linda, standing at the edge of the old, abandoned St. Luke's Hospital. It had been shut down for decades, a crumbling building with shattered windows and peeling paint, yet the town was still full of rumors about it. Some said the place was haunted by the spirits of children who never left, while others swore they'd seen lights flickering inside, even during the day. None of us really believed it, but the stories had a way of getting under our skin. Jamie, always the daring one, dared us to go inside. "It's broad daylight," he said with a grin. "What's the worst that could happen?" Linda hesitated, but I could tell she didn't want to look scared in front of him. Me? I didn't want to admit how uneasy the place made me, so I shrugged and said, "All right, let's do it." We pushed open the heavy front doors, their hinges groaning like something alive. Inside, the air was stale and cold, a sharp contrast to the sunny day outside. Dust motes floated in the dim light streaming through the broken windows. The tiled floor was cracked, and every step we took echoed eerily through the empty halls. Despite the daylight, shadows seemed to gather in the corners, too dark and too still. We wandered through the hospital, joking and laughing nervously to mask our discomfort. The walls were covered in graffiti, most of it crude drawings and swear words, but some of it was unsettling, scrawled messages like, "They're still here," and "Don't look back." Linda pointed at one that said, "We hear them play," and laughed uneasily. "Kids must have been bored," she muttered. We found ourselves in what must have once been the pediatric wing. The small rooms had rusted beds and faded murals of smiling animals on the walls. It felt wrong, like we shouldn't be there, but none of us said anything. Jamie picked up a stuffed bear from the floor, its fur matted and its eyes missing, and made a joke about it being haunted. I forced a laugh, but my skin prickled. That's when we heard it. A faint sound coming from down the hall. It was high-pitched and cheerful, like children laughing. At first I thought I imagined it, but then Linda turned to me, her face pale. "Do you hear that?" she said. Jamie shrugged, trying to look unimpressed. "It's probably the wind or something." But the sound didn't stop. It got louder, as if whoever or whatever was laughing was getting closer. The laughter was strange too, like it didn't belong here. It was too light, too happy, too alive for a place like this. My chest tightened, but I told myself it was just an echo, maybe from kids outside. Then we heard something else, a soft creak, like a wheel turning. We all turned toward the sound, and that's when we saw it. A medical trolley was moving down the hallway. It rolled slowly, its wheels squeaking, and then stopped just a few feet from us. None of us had touched it. The hallway was completely still, no breeze, no one else around, but the trolley moved on its own. It stopped right in front of the door we had entered, blocking the way out. I froze, my brain scrambled for an explanation. Maybe the floor was uneven, maybe it was some kind of prank, but I knew none of that made sense. Jamie walked toward it, trying to act brave. "All right, who's messing with us?" he called out, his voice shaking slightly. He grabbed the trolley and tried to push it aside, but it didn't budge. It was like it had fused with the floor. Jamie stepped back, his confidence fading. The laughter started again, but this time, it wasn't distant. It was close, too close. It sounded like it was coming from the rooms around us. Small, light footsteps padded down the hall, though we couldn't see anyone. "Let's go," Linda said, her voice trembling. "This isn't funny anymore." We turned to leave, but the trolley still blocked the door. Jamie shoved it again, grunting with effort, but it wouldn't move. Then we heard the voices. "Come play with us," a child's voice called, sweet and sing-song. It echoed through the hall, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. Another voice joined in, this one quieter, almost whispering, "We've been waiting for you." My heart hammered in my chest. I looked at Linda and Jamie, and I could see the terror on their faces. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't some trick of the wind or an old building settling. Something was here. The laughter turned into giggles, then whispers, then crying. It was everywhere, surrounding us. The sound filled my head, growing louder and louder until I couldn't think. Jamie grabbed my arm, his eyes wide. "We have to find another way out," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. We ran, not caring where we were going, just desperate to get away from the voices. The hospital seemed to twist and change around us. Hallways stretched longer than they should have, and doors that had been open were suddenly locked. The air grew colder, and the light streaming through the windows dimmed, as if the sun itself had abandoned us. We found a stairwell and bolted down it, our footsteps echoing like gunshots. At the bottom, we found a side door, its rusted lock hanging loose. Jamie yanked it open, and we stumbled out into the blinding daylight. For a moment, none of us spoke. We just stood there, breathing hard, staring back at the hospital. It looked the same as before, silent, still, crumbling in the afternoon sun. But I knew we hadn't imagined it. I could still hear the voices, faint and distant as if they were watching us from the windows. We didn't talk about what happened as we walked back to town. No jokes, no dares, nothing. It was like the place had taken something from us, our confidence, our curiosity, maybe even a part of our sanity. This happened a long time ago, back in 1989. I hope I can tell the story in a way that conveys just how bad this scared me. I still don't know what it really was or what happened, so I make no claims about the explanation. I still think about this sometimes. I was 19 years old and working in an after-school care that was running out of the building of a small church in the rural southern town where I lived. The church was small and shaped like an L, with a door at the top of the L, the sanctuary at the elbow of the L, and a door at the short end of the L. There was also a full basement that was furnished and used for the Sunday school rooms, where the kids from the after-school program did homework and played games sometimes. There were only about 12 or 13 kids in the program most of the time, and I think one time we swelled to something like a whopping 17. Because the church was small and the community was small, there were no aspirations to have a large program, and the entire thing was really to provide a service to parents in the church. Anyway, what I would do every weekday was attend community college classes in the morning, and then go straight from classes to the church and work on homework or read until the kids were dropped off by the school bus. I usually had between 2 to 5 hours either completely alone in the church, or sometimes the pastor would stop by and work in his office, but mostly I was alone. I never heard or saw anything at all, and I was locked inside the building so no one could come in. Even when the kids were there, the doors stayed locked for safety. I did this for a full year and a summer, and then the second year, my best friend at the time came to work with me. She and I were both pretty serious kids in the sense that we didn't drink or do drugs. We weren't into anything occult or spooky. Just normal young girls who went to college classes and went to work. One day, not too long after she started working with me, I had the kids in the basement playing games while some of them worked on homework. The deal was that one of us would prepare snacks in the kitchen upstairs while the other one entertained the kids. She was upstairs making a snack when all of a sudden, I heard the door at the top of the basement stairs open, and she came running down the stairs calling my name. I could hear the fear in her voice, so I met her at the bottom of the stairs, and she was scared. She was not one to be dramatic at all, and I had never seen her scared before, and I'd known her since the 8th grade. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, in a trembling voice, that she'd heard someone in the sanctuary. I said, "What? No way, we're here by ourselves. It must be your imagination." But she was adamant that she'd heard someone upstairs in the sanctuary, and she was scared to death. Again, I told her she must be mistaken, and she said, "I'm not kidding. There's somebody up there moving around in the sanctuary, and I saw something. I don't know what it was." The sanctuary, in the elbow of the L shape of the church, was right beside the kitchen where she'd been preparing snacks. I was a brave kid and had more bravery than brains at the time. I told her to stay in the basement with the kids and that I was going up to check it out. That scared her as well, and she told me not to go. It was a stupid thing for me to do, considering that if someone had been in up there, I could have been attacked, and I really wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But anyway, I went up to the top of the stairs, stuck my head out the door, and first made sure no one was in the hallway. Next, I checked all of the Sunday school rooms down the long arm of the L, along with the pastor's office. I found nothing, so by this time I was sure she'd heard the wind. It was fall and windy, or heard the foundation of the building settle, and it spooked her. Next, I checked the bathrooms at the short end of the L and made sure that all of the doors to the building were locked. No one had come into the building since we got there, and the doors had been locked when I arrived that day, so I was absolutely sure we were alone. Next, I walked up to the door of the sanctuary and looked through the small window at the top of the door and saw nothing. There was a row of pews on each side of the sanctuary, a pulpit up front, and on the left side of the pulpit was a closed door that led to the choir area. So I opened one of the doors and walked into the sanctuary and slowly made my way up to about halfway of the pews, and I stopped and looked around. Everything was dead silent. I said, "Hello, is there anybody here? Hello?" And just as I finished saying that, the door to the left-hand side of the pulpit slowly swung all the way open. I can't really put into words the feeling that hit my body. The blood drained down out of my torso and into my legs, which both tried to run and were bolted to the floor at the same time. A jolt of adrenaline surged through my body, and at the same time, I felt like I was moving in slow motion as I turned and bolted out of the sanctuary and down the stairs, yelling to get the kids out of the building. We got the kids out back and debated what to do. This was the time before cell phones, so one of us still had to go back inside and call the pastor to come down, or we all had to stand outside and wait for a parent or someone from the church to come by and check things out, which could be a very long time. I went back inside to the pastor's office and quickly used the phone to call his house and ask for someone to come by. When the church was searched, nothing was found, and everyone thought we had overactive imaginations. Like I said in the beginning, I make no claims as to what opened that door or what my friend heard, but something or someone was in that church with us that day, and I never felt comfortable alone there again. December 31st, 2019, the last day of the year. For most people, it was a time of celebration, parties, and resolutions. For me, it was just another day, another reminder of what I had lost. My husband, Michael, had died the year before in a snowstorm. That endless biting wind had taken him from me, and I had lived alone ever since, in a small house tucked away in a quiet corner of Canada. I always spent winters with my parents in Skagway, Alaska. It was our tradition. They had an old, cozy home surrounded by dense woods, the perfect place to escape the harshness of life. But last night, a snowstorm roared through my area, and I found myself trapped inside. The storm rattled the windows and howled like a wild beast outside. I stayed in my bedroom on the first floor, sipping tea and trying to ignore the loneliness that settled over me, like the snow outside. Around midnight, a strange sound pierced through the chaos of the storm. The creak of a door opening. My breath caught in my throat. I was certain I had locked all the doors. I tiptoed to my bedroom door and strained to hear over the wind. The sound didn't repeat, but my imagination ran wild. I stayed awake for hours, my ears tuned to every creak and groan of the house. Morning came, and when I finally ventured downstairs, the front door was locked just as I'd left it. I laughed nervously to myself, brushing it off as the wind. "You're being paranoid," I muttered. With the storm subsided, I packed my things, eager to leave the house behind for a while. I loaded my car, double-checked the locks, and began the long drive to my parents' home. The journey was uneventful until I arrived in Skagway late that evening. The road to my parents' house ended at the edge of the forest. From there, a narrow, snow-laden path wound between tall, shadowy trees. It was always a peaceful walk, but that night, the air felt different, heavier. As I trudged through the snow, dragging my suitcase behind me, I noticed a figure ahead. A man in a hoodie stood among the trees, watching me. His face was obscured by the shadow of his hood, but his posture was tense, deliberate. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart pounding. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling slightly. He didn't respond, just stared. There was something eerily familiar about him, but I couldn't place it. After a moment, he turned and walked deeper into the woods, vanishing from sight. I hurried the rest of the way to my parents' house, my mind racing. Who was he? Why did he seem so familiar? For the next few days, I tried to push the memory of the hooded man out of my mind. My parents' house was warm and welcoming, and it felt good to be surrounded by family. But the unease lingered. Then my boss called. "We're facing some unexpected issues," he explained. "I'm sorry, but we need you back. Can you cut your vacation short?" Reluctantly, I packed up and drove back home. It was late evening when I started, and by the time I arrived, it was nearly 2 a.m. The house greeted me with an unsettling stillness, as if it had been waiting. I stepped inside and immediately noticed something strange. A pair of coffee cups sat on the living room table. I distinctly remembered washing and putting them away before I left. My stomach tightened. Was someone here while I was gone? Or had I just forgotten? The thought of being so careless bothered me almost as much as the idea of an intruder. Shaking it off, I went upstairs and locked my bedroom door. Sleep came fitfully, and at 3 a.m. I woke to the sound of crying. It was faint at first, like a whisper carried on the wind. I sat up, my heart racing. It was coming from downstairs. As I strained to listen, the sound grew louder, more distinct. A low, mournful sobbing echoed through the house. My blood ran cold as I recognized the voice. It sounded like Michael. I leaped out of bed, barely bothering to grab a flashlight. I rushed downstairs, calling his name even though I knew it couldn't be him. The living room was empty. The crying stopped abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. I turned to head back upstairs, but as I reached the bottom step, I froze. Footsteps behind me. I spun around and there he was. The man from the woods. He stood in the dim light of the living room, his hood pushed back to reveal his face. It was Michael, but it wasn't. His skin was pale, his eyes hollow and unblinking. Frost clung to his hair and eyelashes, and his lips were tinged blue. He stared at me with an expression that was almost sorrowful, but there was something else beneath it. A darkness, an unnatural hunger. I stumbled backward, my knees buckling. The room spun, and I hit the floor hard. When I woke, sunlight streamed through the windows. I was lying on the living room floor, my body aching from the fall. The house was silent, the air heavy with an unnatural stillness. I sat up slowly, my mind reeling. Had it been a dream? A hallucination? I scoured the house from top to bottom, but there was no sign of anyone else. No wet footprints, frost, nothing. The coffee cups were still on the table, and everything else was exactly as I had left it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That afternoon, I packed a bag and left the house. I didn't care about work or the possibility of losing my job. I just needed to be somewhere else. Anywhere else. I called my friend Helena, who lived in a nearby apartment complex. She welcomed me with open arms, no questions asked. As I settled into her spare bedroom that evening, I felt a small measure of relief. The house was behind me, and with it, whatever had haunted me. But even now, as I write this, I can't help but wonder. Was it really Michael? If it was, what did he want? Why did he come back? And most chilling of all, will he come back again? I'm not sure I want to know the answer. Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. It's strange how the city that never sleeps can feel so empty. New Year's Eve in New York City is a raucous symphony of cheering crowds, honking horns, and the occasional drunken serenade. But up here, 20 floors above the chaos, it's just me. The office is quiet, save for the faint hum of the fluorescent lights. I should have been with friends, or at least sipping champagne at home while watching the ball drop on TV. Instead, I was here, poring over spreadsheets and ledgers to close the books for the year. Being the manager of a mid-sized finance company meant that when deadlines loomed, my social life took a back seat. Everyone else had left by 5 p.m., eager to escape before the city descended into its annual madness. Even the cleaning staff had clocked out early, leaving the office eerily sterile and devoid of life. I didn't mind, or at least I told myself I didn't. I liked the quiet, but the quiet has a way of shifting, morphing into something heavier when you're alone. By the time the clock hit 10 p.m., I was neck deep in reconciling accounts. The glow of the computer screen painted the room in cold light. The windows framed the distant glitter of the city, but up here, I may as well have been on the moon. I heard it then, a noise, faint but unmistakable, a muffled thump. I froze, fingers hovering over the keyboard. My first thought was the HVAC system. It had been acting up lately, coughing and groaning like an old man. But this sound was different, deliberate, a rhythmic scuff like footsteps, faint but steady. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe I'd left a window cracked somewhere and the wind had nudged a door. Or maybe the building itself was just settling. Then I heard it again. Closer, I stood up, my heart hammering against my ribs. The floor was supposed to be empty. I hadn't seen anyone else in the lobby when I came in, and the elevator required a key card for after-hours access. Grabbing my phone, I turned on the flashlight and stepped into the hallway. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating rows of cubicles and the break room door slightly ajar. The air felt different out here, colder, heavier, like the building itself was holding its breath. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding weaker than I intended. No response. I inched toward the break room, each step a battle against the knot of fear tightening in my chest. As I reached the door, I pushed it open slowly, the hinges whining in protest. The room was empty, save for the faint smell of burnt coffee. I was about to turn back when I noticed something strange. The window by the sink was open, wide open. The January air seeping through it felt like ice against my skin. Someone was here. A sound from the far end of the hallway made me spin around, my flashlight catching the edge of movement. Just a flicker, like the tail of a shadow disappearing around a corner. "Hey, who's there?" I cursed myself for the panic in my voice. I sounded more like prey than someone in charge. Footsteps echoed in the darkness now, quick and purposeful. I followed them, my pulse thundering in my ears. When I reached the corner, I stopped, pressing my back against the wall. Slowly, I peeked around, and there he was. A man dressed in dark clothing stood by the office supply closet. His back was to me, but I could see the bulging bag slung over his shoulder and the glint of metal at his waist. A gun. I froze, every instinct screaming at me to back away, to run. But my phone vibrated in my hand, a notification, or maybe an accidental brush of my thumb, and the faint sound shattered the silence. The man spun around. His face was sharp and unshaven, his eyes narrow and gleaming with something between anger and desperation. He didn't say a word. He just raised the gun and pointed it at me. "Turn around," he growled. "Hands where I can see them." I did as he said, my thoughts racing. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen to people like me. Wallet, now. I fumbled to pull my wallet from my pocket, my fingers trembling. I tossed it to the floor. He motioned with the gun. The phone, too. I hesitated. If I gave him my phone, I couldn't call for help. But the weight of the gun in his hand was a persuasive argument. Reluctantly, I dropped the phone beside the wallet. "Good," he muttered. He backed away slowly, his bag jangling with what sounded like electronics, probably laptops or other devices from the office. My mind raced. He must have broken in through the window. But how did he bypass the building's security? As he neared the stairwell, he paused. "Don't move. Don't call anyone. You do and I'll know." With that, he disappeared into the stairwell, leaving the door swinging on its hinges. I stood there for what felt like hours, my body rooted to the spot. Eventually, I found the courage to move. I locked the office door behind me and called the police from a desk phone. By the time the officers arrived, the man was long gone. They took my statement, asking questions I couldn't fully answer. Had I seen his face clearly? Did he say anything that might indicate who he was? What had he stolen? I spent the next few days replaying the incident in my mind, dissecting every detail. Something about the man had felt familiar, though I couldn't place why. Then a week later, the pieces fell into place. The police found the stolen items listed for sale online, traced to an account registered under a name I recognized, Ethan Harper. He was one of our newest hires, a quiet guy who kept to himself. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. He'd been in the office that afternoon, chatting with a coworker about plans for the new year. I'd even wished him a happy holiday as he left. The police arrested him at his apartment. He confessed quickly, explaining that he'd overheard me talking about staying late to close the books. He'd planned everything, breaking in through the fire escape, knowing the security cameras were down for maintenance. I tried not to think about what might have happened if I'd made a wrong move that night. The office felt different after that, like it had absorbed the tension and fear of that night. I couldn't look at the break room window without remembering the cold wind on my face. New Year's Eve would never feel the same. When someone knocks on your door in the middle of a blizzard, you answer. That was the rule my mother always followed. But one New Year's Eve, that rule almost destroyed us. Growing up in rural Minnesota had its perks. The vast grove behind our house, barns to explore, and tractors to climb. My siblings and I made endless memories there. But living 3 miles outside a tiny town with fewer than 1,000 people could feel lonely. During storms, that loneliness turned into isolation. That winter was one of the harshest I remember. Temperatures plummeted below -50°F and snow piled high enough to bury cars. When the blizzard hit New Year's Eve, my dad, a state trooper, was called out to work. We knew he wouldn't be home until the storm passed, and my mom prepared for a long night with just the 3 of us kids. She brought sleeping bags into the living room, popped in a movie, and tried to make the night festive despite the raging storm outside. We were settling in when the knock came. It wasn't gentle. It was urgent, loud, and insistent. My mom froze. We kids peered into the kitchen, watching as she stood by the door, her hand hovering over the lock. She'd always been cautious, especially when Dad wasn't home. But in a blizzard, anyone outside could be in danger. She turned the lock and opened the door with a crack. A man stood there, tall and broad, his face partially obscured by a fur-lined hood. Snow clung to his coat, and his boots were caked in ice. His voice carried over the howling wind. "Please, ma'am, my car's stuck. Can I come in?" My mom hesitated, but the cold was unforgiving. She stepped aside, letting him in. The man stomped the snow off his boots and shed his heavy coat, revealing a rough, weathered face and dark eyes that seemed too calm for someone caught in a storm. "Thank you," he said, flashing a toothy grin. "It's brutal out there." My mom nodded but didn't smile. "You're lucky to have found a house out here," she said. "Where's your car?" He waved a hand vaguely. "Back a ways. Didn't think I'd make it." Something about him unsettled me. He was too calm, too comfortable, as if he belonged here. But my mom, always polite, gestured him toward the fireplace to warm up. My brother, sister, and I stayed on the couch, watching him cautiously. "What are your kids' names?" he asked, turning his attention to us. Mom's smile was tight. "They're just excited for New Year's. We're having a movie night. What about you? What's your name, sweetheart?" "Alina," I said before my mom could answer for me. His smile widened and my stomach twisted. "Alina," he repeated softly as if testing the name. "That's a beautiful name." The unease in the room grew thicker. My mom noticed it too. She stood abruptly. "I'll make some tea. You must be cold." As she busied herself in the kitchen, the man kept talking to us. He asked about our favorite games, whether we liked the snow, and if we'd ever been sledding at night. My brother answered politely, but my sister stayed silent, her eyes darting nervously to Mom. I tried to focus on the movie, but I could feel his eyes on me. "You know," he said suddenly, "I've got kids too. A little girl about Alina's age." "That's nice," my mom called from the kitchen. Her voice was strained. The man leaned back in his chair, studying me. I bet you'd get along with her. She's sweet, like you. Loves the snow. I'll bet you'd like where I live. It's out in the country, lots of space to play. I like it here, I said firmly. His grin faltered for a moment before returning, wider than before. Of course you do, princess. My mom returned with the tea, handing him a steaming cup. The storm should ease up by morning, she said, her tone firmer now. You're welcome to stay on the couch until then. That's mighty kind of you, he said, sipping the tea. But I was hoping to hit the road sooner. Wouldn't want to impose. You'd freeze out there, she replied. You should rest. The man nodded, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. You're right. Best to stay put. We kids went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Something about him felt wrong. I kept hearing his voice in my head, the way he said my name, the way he watched me. Hours later, I woke to a faint creaking sound. The living room was dark, but moonlight reflected off the snow outside, casting an eerie glow. I peeked out of my sleeping bag and saw him moving through the shadows. He was at the front door, slowly turning the lock. Fear gripped me. He wasn't leaving. He was unlocking the door to let someone in. I nudged my mom, whispering urgently. She woke instantly, her eyes narrowing as she saw him at the door. Quietly, she grabbed the heavy flashlight she'd kept nearby and stood. "What are you doing?" she asked sharply. The man froze his hand, still on the lock. He turned slowly, his smile gone. "Just checking the door," he said. Didn't want it to freeze shut. "It's fine," she said firmly. "Come back to the couch." He hesitated, then nodded and stepped away from the door. My mom didn't move until he was back on the couch. The rest of the night was tense. My mom didn't sleep, and neither did I. The man stayed on the couch, but I could feel the danger radiating from him. At dawn, the blizzard eased. My mom told the man it was safe to leave. He didn't argue. As he put on his coat, he turned to me one last time. "Maybe I'll see you again, Alina," he said, his grin sending a shiver down my spine. After he left, my mom locked the door and called the police. When officers arrived, they confirmed our fears. The man's car hadn't broken down. In fact, there was no car. He had been walking through the storm, targeting isolated homes. They found rope and duct tape in his bag, tools for taking someone. That New Year's Eve, we learned how close we'd come to disaster. The man wasn't just a stranded traveler. He was an intruder, one who had planned to take me or my siblings. And if my mom hadn't been cautious, we might never have seen the new year. I stood at a lovely Airbnb in Iowa for my little brother's graduation. He didn't know I was going to make it, so we threw a surprise party at the Airbnb. While we were setting up, my other brother and I went down to the basement to get an extra table. The second we got down there, we looked at each other and said, "Yup, it's scary here." We searched for the table. The longer I spent in the basement, the greater the feeling of dread grew in me. We found the extra table and headed back upstairs, joking about how creepy a seemingly normal basement was. My whole family got together, and the family started. While we were celebrating, my girlfriend decided she'd run the downstairs washer. She was going to go down alone when she came back and asked me to go with her since it was creepy. Again, I went down and rushed to leave. The basement was now officially scary to me. The party continued, and we had a wonderful time. As the night started to settle, people got in their Ubers back to their hotels, and now it was just me and my girlfriend, unwinding after an afternoon of eating and drinking. We were relaxing when the laundry buzzer went off. I looked at her, and she said she didn't pick up the load from earlier. I thought it was strange that it hadn't beeped hours ago. We headed down to the basement. Again, she stopped at the stairs to the basement and asked me to go first. As I was going down, the buzzer on the washer went off again, scaring us. We both jumped. I hurried down, grabbed the laundry, and headed upstairs to let it air dry. As we finished, I could tell she was still nervous, so we decided to go through the house and lock all the windows and doors. This is standard when we visit an Airbnb. We never miss this step. My girlfriend stays beside me this whole time. We finally have one last door, the door to the back garden right outside the kitchen and at the top of the basement. I go and lock the door, ignoring the sense of dread I felt with my back turned to the basement. I should mention this was an oldish house, so the stairs were steep, and the bedroom where we slept was probably originally an attic. To turn on the lights upstairs, you had to flip a switch at the bottom of the stairs. As we made our way in the dimly lit house to the light switch, I think our sense of tiredness overcame the dread we had. I flipped on the switch and headed for the stairs. Just as I did, I heard a loud banging sound like the sound of pots or something metallic clanging. It was a fast tone. My girlfriend's face was full of fear, and I'm sure mine was too. I began to go to the kitchen where there was a knife. But then I heard the whacking again. At the top of the stairs, I turned to look against the now illuminated attic and saw a ceiling fan turned on to its max setting and its mounting pole making the sound. I ran upstairs and turned off the fan. My girlfriend was close behind me. We got ready for bed. I headed downstairs to turn off the light switch and went upstairs. I looked outside the window of the attic to check on my car out front. Everything was good. We began to fall asleep. It was a restless night, hot and stuffy. I had dreams of seeing a shadowy figure out on the lawn. I woke up the next morning, tired. I made my way down to the kitchen to brew some coffee. As I was turning around, I looked at the staircase to the basement. Something was wrong, and I don't know why, but I was drawn to the basement again. I looked down the stairs and walked down. I looked around and saw nothing. I headed upstairs. We had breakfast, packed our bags, and got ready to go. As we were doing one last sweep, I checked the kitchen one more time to make sure everything was in good shape. Just as I was about to say, "All good, let's go," that damned laundry machine buzzed. Both I and my girlfriend were just like, "Nope," and proceeded to get the fuck out. As we were leaving in a rush, I grabbed the bags and told my girlfriend to start the car. As I was, the fan upstairs turned on again and began making the whacking noise. I've never bolted so fast out of a house. When I got to the car, my girlfriend saw the look of panic on my face. What happened? The fan turned on again. I got her out of the driver's seat and we sped off to collect our thoughts at a local diner. I texted the Airbnb host that the washer kept making noises and that I couldn't figure out how to turn off the ceiling fan upstairs. Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. I stayed in an Airbnb that was an old farmhouse. It was on a secluded road, and we were there in October. There was a chill in the air, and the evenings had that quiet, early dark that makes them just a little extra spooky. We arrived around 9 p.m. The host left the lights on inside, so it looked inviting and was easy to spot as we arrived with our dog in tow. As we pulled up, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The farmhouse stood tall against the darkening sky, its windows glowing warmly from within. My partner, Sarah, squeezed my hand reassuringly as we unloaded our bags from the car. Our dog Max sniffed at the unfamiliar surroundings, his tail wagging cautiously. Inside, the farmhouse was quaint yet cozy. The creaky wooden floors added to its charm and contributed to the eerie atmosphere. Sarah lit some candles while I checked out the kitchen, finding it well stocked with essentials. We settled in for the night, hoping for a peaceful stay away from the hustle and bustle of the city. As we lay in bed, the quiet of the countryside surrounded us. But soon, strange things began to happen. I heard footsteps outside our bedroom door, but when I went to investigate, no one was there. Sarah dismissed it as the old house settling, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The next morning, we decided to explore the surrounding area. The countryside was beautiful, with rolling hills and vibrant autumn foliage. But as we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was as if unseen eyes were following our every move. That evening, as darkness fell, the farmhouse took on a more ominous vibe. Sarah and I were sitting in the living room when the lights flickered. I glanced at her nervously, but she brushed it off as a power surge. However, when the lights suddenly went out completely, we both jumped in surprise. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to guide us to the fuse box. As I flipped the switches, the lights flickered back on, but something felt different. It was as if the air itself had changed, becoming heavier somehow. That night, as we lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I tossed and turned, unable to find peace. Suddenly, I felt a cold breeze sweep through the room, chilling me to the bone. I pulled the covers tighter around me, but the chill persisted. Then I heard it, a faint whispering coming from the corner of the room. I sat up, heart pounding, and saw a shadowy figure standing in the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, unable to move. "Sarah," I stammered, shaking her awake. "Dee, did you see that?" But when she looked, there was nothing there. She assured me it was just a trick of the light, but I knew what I had seen. There was something in that farmhouse with us, something dark and malevolent. The following days were filled with more strange occurrences. Objects would go missing, only to reappear in odd places hours later. The temperature would fluctuate wildly, leaving us shivering one moment and sweating the next. And always, there was the feeling of being watched, of never being truly alone. Desperate for answers, I decided to confront whatever was haunting the farmhouse. That night, as Sarah slept soundly beside me, I sat up and addressed the empty room. "If there's someone here," I said, my voice trembling, "please show yourself. We mean no harm." For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, slowly, the temperature in the room began to drop. I watched in awe as a faint mist formed in the air, coalescing into the shape of a woman. She was beautiful yet ethereal, her features blurred and indistinct, but there was a sadness in her eyes that sent a chill down my spine. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The ghostly figure hesitated, as if unsure how to answer. Then, in a voice like wind through the trees, she spoke. "I am trapped here," she said, her words echoing in the stillness. "Alone and forgotten, I seek release." I felt a pang of sympathy for the spirit before me. Whatever had happened to her, she didn't deserve to be stuck in this limbo. "We'll help you," I promised, reaching out a trembling hand. "We'll find a way to set you free." The ghostly figure nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Then, with a soft sigh, she faded away, leaving behind nothing but a lingering sense of peace. In the days that followed, Sarah and I did everything we could to uncover the farmhouse's dark past. We searched through old records and newspaper clippings, piecing together the tragic story of the woman who had once lived there. It turned out she had been a young bride, her life cut tragically short by a terrible accident. Her spirit had remained trapped in the farmhouse ever since, unable to move on to the afterlife. Armed with this knowledge, Sarah and I performed a ritual to help release the ghost from her earthly bonds. As we spoke the words of the incantation, I felt a sense of profound relief wash over me. It was as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders, leaving behind nothing but lightness and peace. And as the last echoes of the ritual faded away, I knew that we had succeeded. The farmhouse was finally free of its ghostly inhabitants, and Sarah and I could finally enjoy our stay without fear or apprehension. But as we packed our bags to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't the only ones to have encountered the farmhouse's dark secret. I wondered how many other unsuspecting guests had been haunted by the restless spirit within its walls, and if they too had found the courage to confront the darkness that lurked within. 2 years ago, we went to Cannes, France, and rented a villa in the fancy hills of Super Cannes. My family, consisting of my wife, our 2 kids, and me, were thrilled to spend our vacation in such a beautiful location. The villa, found on Airbnb, seemed like a steal. Spacious, well-furnished, and with a stunning view of the French Riviera. The first few days went by smoothly. We explored the picturesque streets of Cannes, indulged in delicious French cuisine, and lounged by the villa's pool, basking in the warm Mediterranean sun. But as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the villa, an eerie feeling settled over us. It started with small things, strange noises in the dead of night, shadows flitting across the windows, and the sensation of being watched. At first, we brushed it off as our imagination playing tricks on us, attributing it to the unfamiliarity of our surroundings. But as the days passed, the feeling of unease only grew stronger. One evening, while my wife was putting our kids to bed, I decided to take a walk around the villa to clear my head. As I strolled along the dimly lit path, a shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was lurking in the shadows, observing my every move. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. A tall, menacing silhouette with piercing eyes that seemed to glow in the moonlight. My heart hammered in my chest as I realized that the person standing before me was no ordinary stranger. He was a criminal, wanted by the authorities for God knows what. Before I could react, he lunged towards me, his intentions clear. With adrenaline coursing through my veins, I managed to dodge his attack and sprint back to the safety of the villa. I locked the doors and windows, praying that my family was safe inside, but the nightmare was far from over. Throughout the night, we heard the sound of footsteps outside, accompanied by whispered threats that sent chills down our spines. We huddled together in terror, fearing for our lives as we waited for dawn to break. As the first light of morning filtered through the curtains, we breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the worst was behind us. But our relief was short-lived when we discovered that the man who had terrorized us throughout the night was still lurking nearby, hiding in the dense foliage that surrounded the villa. Terrified and desperate for help, I dialed the emergency number, pleading with the operator to send help as soon as possible. Within minutes, sirens blared in the distance as police cars raced up the winding roads of Super Cannes, their flashing lights illuminating the darkness. With guns drawn and flashlights in hand, the police combed the area, searching for the dangerous fugitive who had turned our vacation into a nightmare. And then, just when all hope seemed lost, they found him, cowering in a bush, his eyes wide with fear as he realized that his reign of terror had come to an end. Relief washed over us as the police apprehended the criminal, leading him away in handcuffs. We watched from the safety of the villa, grateful to be alive and unharmed after the harrowing ordeal we had endured. In the days that followed, we packed our bags and left the villa behind, eager to put the traumatic experience behind us. But the memory of that terrifying encounter would stay with us forever, serving as a chilling reminder of the dangers that lurk in the darkness, even in the most idyllic of settings. As we boarded our flight back home, I couldn't help but glance back at the villa one last time, grateful to be leaving it behind and praying that no other family would ever have to experience the terror that had haunted us during our stay in Super Cannes. Winning the state championship was the best thing that ever happened to me. I played basketball for my college team, and this year we were unstoppable. We had the skills, the chemistry, and the drive. That final game was intense. But when the buzzer rang and we were crowned state champions, it felt like we had climbed a mountain. I could feel the adrenaline rush in my blood, but little did I know what would happen later that night would make everything else fade into the background. After the game, our team captain, Brian, insisted on throwing a party to celebrate. He had this old farm about 45 minutes outside of town. His family owned it, but no one lived there anymore. It was one of those places that gave off a vibe, isolated, surrounded by woods, and too far away for anyone to bother us. We arrived around 9, and before I knew it, the beer flowed like water. I'm not much of a drinker, but tonight was an exception. We were champions after all. I drank a lot. Everyone was cheering, laughing, and blasting music so loud that the windows rattled. The world was spinning, but I didn't care. The feeling of winning made everything else seem insignificant. Eventually, the party started to die down. People left in small groups, but I stayed later than most, still buzzing from the alcohol and the excitement. When I decided to leave, it was past 2:30 in the morning, and I could barely walk straight. But I wasn't going to crash on Brian's couch. I wanted to get home, get into my bed, and sleep off the craziness of the night. The drive back was long and eerie. I took Route 41, a highway that cuts through miles of forest. It's the kind of road where your headlights are the only source of light for miles. The trees on both sides looming like giants, stretching toward each other, blocking out the moon. Every time I passed an empty field or an old, crumbling house, my mind played tricks on me, imagining shapes in the shadows. But I just kept driving. It must have been around 3 a.m. when it happened. I was a few miles from the next town, tired and still a little drunk, but I forced myself to stay alert. That's when I saw it. A kid, a little boy, standing right in the middle of the highway. I slammed the brakes, my heart racing. He couldn't have been older than 10, just standing there, wearing old, tattered clothes like something out of the 1950s. His face was pale, almost sickly, and his eyes, there was something off about them. They were too wide, too dark. He didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there, staring right at me. I swerved, trying to avoid him. The car spun out, tires screeching. And before I knew it, I slammed into a tree. The impact jolted me forward, my head banging against the steering wheel. For a moment, everything was a blur of pain and confusion. The airbag didn't deploy, of course. This was an old car, my dad's actually, and I cursed under my breath, tasting blood. But then I remembered the kid. I shot up in my seat, eyes scanning the road. Nothing, no kid, just the empty stretch of highway and my busted car against a tree. I stumbled out, the night air cool against my face. My head was pounding, but all I could think about was that boy. Where had he gone? He was right there, in front of my car. I looked up and down the road, squinting into the shadows between the trees. There wasn't a sound, no footsteps, no movement, just the distant hum of insects and the soft rustling of the leaves in the breeze. I walked around the car, my legs shaky. There were no other cars, no sign of anyone else on the road. I even checked under the car, half expecting to see him lying there, but there was nothing. It was like he had never existed. But I knew what I saw. He was there, I didn't imagine it. I leaned against the car, staring into the forest. I thought about walking into the woods, calling out for the kid, but something deep inside me told me not to. Something about those trees, that dark road, it felt wrong. Eventually, I got back in the car. The engine started, but it was making a terrible grinding noise. I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. I drove slowly the rest of the way, my eyes glued to the road, terrified that the boy might appear again. I made it home, but that night stuck with me. No one believes me, of course. They say it was the alcohol, or maybe I fell asleep at the wheel, but I know what I saw. Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. I was just over 16 then, and my family usually ordered Papa John's pizza for delivery. But this time, my mom decided to pick it up to give me some driving practice. We went earlier than planned, hoping to provide me with extra time behind the wheel. It turned out well, as the pizza was finished earlier than expected, so everything seemed to be going smoothly. We grabbed the pizza and headed home, ready for dinner. As we were setting up, about 5 minutes after getting back, a loud engine noise started rumbling outside. It grew louder and louder with each passing second. Then, in the blink of an eye, we saw a bright red blur zip past our window, so fast we could barely register it. Almost immediately, there was a loud crash, followed by the terrible sound of scraping metal. We rushed to the window and saw a bright red sports car that had slammed into a minivan down the street. Both vehicles were completely wrecked, crumpled from the impact. My mom immediately ran outside to check if anyone was hurt and to call for help, while my brother and I were told to stay inside and continue eating. We didn't leave the house until the adults needed help keeping the little kids occupied while they handled the chaotic scene outside. It turned out that 2 separate gatherings were happening on our street that day. One was a family reunion at our next-door neighbor's house, and the other was at the top of the street, hosted by the guy who owned the red sports car. But things at his party had gone downhill fast. An unknown man had shown up at the party, serving drugs and alcohol to the guests, especially the car's owner. While everyone was distracted, this guy started stealing things from the house, sneaking off with whatever he could find. After grabbing a load of valuables, he made his boldest move yet. He stole the host's red sports car. The thief sped off down the street, but he didn't get far before catching the attention of the police. They had noticed him blowing past speed limits, so they decided to chase him. Panicking, the thief drove even faster to try and escape the police, pushing the car to its limits. But in his rush, he lost control, which led to him crashing head-on into the minivan parked down the street. Thankfully, despite the destruction, the owner of the minivan, our neighbor's daughter, was incredibly lucky. She had been just about to leave, with everything packed in the back of the van and ready to go. The only thing left was to get her baby, who was inside with her. Normally, the baby was quiet, but this time, the baby suddenly started screaming. Because of this, the daughter stayed inside to comfort her baby instead of heading out to the van right away. That delay saved their lives. Had the baby not cried, both mother and child would have been in the van at the moment the sports car collided with it. It was chilling to think about how close it had come. As I stood there thinking about it, I realized something else. My family had left to pick up the pizza earlier than we normally would have, and on top of that, the pizza was ready ahead of schedule. Both of those things rarely happened. Based on the usual time it took for the pizza to be ready, and considering my inexperience with driving, we should have been on that street right around the time that red sports car sped by. I knew I wouldn't have been skilled enough to avoid a car going that fast, and the thought of what could have happened sent a chill through me. The man who stole the car and caused the crash survived, but was arrested on the spot after the accident. He was later charged with theft, reckless driving, and endangering lives. The family's insurance helped them replace the destroyed van, and although the emotional shock lingered, Everyone was just relieved that no one had been seriously injured or killed in the wreck. It was the fall of 1996, a night etched into my memory like a scar. It was one of those rainy nights where the sky seemed angry and the world felt heavier. The storm had been raging for hours, and the roads were slick and treacherous. I was driving my old beat-up sedan along Route 47. My friend Ben was in the passenger seat, nervously tapping his foot. He hated driving in the rain, but we didn't have much of a choice. We were coming back from a small family gathering, hours away from home, and the weather had taken a sudden turn for the worse. The rain beat down on the windshield, and even with the wipers working overtime, I could barely see the road ahead. The headlights illuminated only a few feet in front of the car, casting eerie shadows on the wet asphalt. I kept my grip tight on the steering wheel, my knuckles white, trying to focus on keeping us on the road. Ben kept glancing out the window, but there wasn't much to see. Just endless sheets of rain pouring from the sky. Out of nowhere, we heard a loud screech. It took me a second to realize that it wasn't coming from us. It was another car. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a pair of headlights speeding toward us. They were coming too fast. Before I could react, the car behind us swerved, trying to avoid us, but ended up clipping the back of our car. The impact sent us spinning out of control. I could feel the tires lose their grip on the road, and in a matter of seconds, we were sliding sideways. Everything felt like it was moving in slow motion. The car skidded toward the guardrail, and all I could do was hold on, bracing for the inevitable crash. The sound of metal crunching and glass shattering filled the air as we slammed into the guardrail, the front of the car crumpling like a tin can. My head whipped forward, and the seatbelt dug painfully into my chest. When we finally came to a stop, there was an eerie silence. The only sound was the rain pounding on the roof of the car and the faint hissing of steam rising from the wrecked engine. My heart was racing and my body was shaking. I turned to Ben, but he wasn't moving. Panic surged through me as I tried to unbuckle my seatbelt, my hands trembling. I called his name, hoping he was just dazed, but there was no response. I managed to unbuckle myself and turned toward him again. His head was slumped to the side, blood dripping from a gash on his forehead. I reached over and shook him gently, my voice shaky as I called his name again. This time he stirred, groaning in pain. Relief washed over me for a moment, but it quickly faded when I looked down at his legs. The front of the car had been crushed inward, and his right leg was pinned beneath the twisted metal. My stomach churned at the sight. I didn't know what to do. The rain was still coming down hard, and the visibility was almost zero. No one else was on the road, and there was no way I could move the wreckage by myself. I reached for my phone, but there was no signal. Not surprising for this part of the highway. I tried to comfort Ben as best as I could, but he was in and out of consciousness, his face pale and sweaty. Time seemed to stretch on forever. I was scared, helpless, and completely alone in the middle of a storm with my friend barely hanging on. It felt like an eternity before I saw flashing lights through the rain. A car pulled up behind us, and two paramedics rushed over. They worked quickly, but I could see the grim expressions on their faces when they realized the extent of Ben's injury. His leg was too far gone, crushed beyond repair. I stood there in shock, watching as they cut him free and loaded him onto a stretcher. The realization that he was about to lose his leg hit me like a punch to the gut, but there was nothing I could do. The hospital later confirmed what I already knew. Ben's leg had to be amputated. The crash had shattered it completely, leaving no other option. I still think about that night sometimes, the rain, the darkness, and the sound of the crash replaying in my head. It was a night that changed everything in the blink of an eye, a reminder of how quickly things can go wrong. In 2022, I was living in a small, peaceful town with my husband and our dog, Buddy. Our house was cozy, with a big backyard where Buddy loved to run around. We always felt safe in our neighborhood. Everyone knew each other, and it was the kind of place where people rarely locked their doors. One chilly October night, something strange happened. It was a Tuesday, and the moon shone brightly in the sky, casting long shadows across our backyard. My husband and I had just settled down on the couch to watch a movie. Buddy, our large and protective German shepherd, lay at our feet, his ears twitching occasionally as he dozed. Around midnight, just as the movie was getting to the good part, Buddy's head shot up. His ears were fully alert, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. My husband and I exchanged worried glances. Buddy only growled when something was wrong. "What's wrong, boy?" I asked, trying to calm him with a gentle pat. But Buddy was already on his feet, his growl growing louder. He moved to the back door, his body tense, and stared out into the darkness of our backyard. My husband muted the TV, and we both listened intently. At first, there was nothing but the sound of crickets chirping. Then, faintly, I heard a rustling noise, like someone moving through the bushes. My heart started to race. Who could be out there at this hour? Buddy began barking furiously, his loud, deep barks echoing through the night. My husband grabbed a flashlight and cautiously approached the back door. "Stay here," he whispered to me, his voice barely audible over Buddy's barking. He slowly opened the door and Buddy bolted outside, barking and growling as he ran towards the back gate. I watched anxiously from the doorway as my husband shone the flashlight around the yard. The beam of light swept across the bushes and trees, but there was no sign of anyone. Eventually, Buddy's barking subsided, and he returned to the house, still on high alert. My husband closed and locked the door, his face pale. "We should check the gate," he said. "Something's not right." The next morning, we went outside to inspect the yard. As we approached the back gate, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The lock on the gate was broken, the metal twisted and bent. It was clear that someone had tried to force their way in. I felt a chill run down my spine. Who would want to break into our yard? And why? Later that day, my husband decided to review the footage from our CCTV camera. We had installed it a few months ago for extra security, but we had never needed to check it until now. We sat down at the computer and played the footage from the night before. At first, everything seemed normal. The yard was quiet, and Buddy was lying on the porch. Then, around midnight, we saw a figure moving near the back gate. The person was wearing dark clothes and a hood, making it difficult to see their face. They approached the gate and fiddled with the lock for a few minutes before finally breaking it. As the figure moved closer to the house, Buddy suddenly sprang to his feet and started barking. The intruder hesitated for a moment, then quickly turned and ran back towards the gate. Just as they were about to disappear from view, the hood slipped off, revealing their face for a brief second. My husband and I gasped in unison. It was our neighbor, Mr. Thompson. We had always thought he was a bit odd, but we never suspected he could do something like this. He lived alone and kept to himself, rarely speaking to anyone in the neighborhood. We didn't know what to do. Should we confront him? Call the police? We decided to talk to a few of our other neighbors first and see if they had noticed anything strange. Over the next few days, we learned that we weren't the only ones who had experienced unusual occurrences. Another neighbor, Mrs. Henry, had found her garden gate open one morning, and Mr. Patel had noticed footprints near his shed. Everyone was on edge, and the peaceful atmosphere of our little town had been shattered. We finally decided to report the incident to the police. They came to our house, reviewed the CCTV footage, and took statements from us and our neighbors. They promised to investigate and keep an eye on Mr. Thompson. A few days later, the police visited Mr. Thompson's house. They questioned him, but he denied everything. Without concrete evidence, there wasn't much they could do. However, they advised us to be vigilant and to call them immediately if anything else happened. Weeks passed and things slowly returned to normal. We replaced the lock on the back gate and installed extra lighting around the yard. Buddy seemed to sense our unease and was more protective than ever. One night, just as I was starting to feel safe again, Buddy began growling. My heart raced as I listened for any sounds outside. My husband grabbed the flashlight and peeked out the window. There, near the back gate, was Mr. Thompson, his face illuminated by the moonlight. He was just standing there, staring at our house. My husband immediately called the police, and within minutes, they arrived and took Mr. Thompson away for questioning. This time, they found enough evidence to link him to several break-ins in the neighborhood. He was arrested and charged, and the town breathed a collective sigh of relief. The incident left a lasting mark on us. We had always felt safe in our little town, but we learned that danger could lurk even in the most unexpected places. From then on, we were more cautious and always kept a watchful eye on our surroundings. And Buddy, our loyal protector, remained ever vigilant, ready to defend us from any threat. Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. I never thought our quiet neighborhood would become the setting for such a terrifying story. We moved into our cozy house about 5 years ago, looking for a peaceful place to raise our 2 kids, Lily and Max. Everything seemed perfect. The street was lined with old oak trees, the neighbors were friendly, and the park was just a short walk away. It was an ideal place for our family. Our next-door neighbor, Mr. Charles, was a bit of an oddball. He was an elderly man who lived alone in a large, dilapidated house. He rarely spoke to anyone, always kept to himself, and his yard was overgrown with weeds. I often saw him peeking out from behind his curtains, watching the street with a stern expression. I thought it was just the quirks of an old man who had lived alone for too long. One sunny afternoon, as I was playing with Lily and Max in our backyard, I noticed a flash from Mr. Charles's upstairs window. It was quick, almost like a camera flash. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just the sun reflecting off something in his room. But then it happened again. This time I was sure it was a camera. Mr. Charles was taking pictures of us. A chill ran down my spine. I pulled the kids closer and led them inside. I didn't want to alarm them, so I kept my thoughts to myself. But as the days went by, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. I started paying closer attention, and it became clear that Mr. Charles was always watching us. Whether we were in the yard, on the porch, or even just walking to the car, his eyes followed us. One evening, I decided to talk to my husband, Tom, about it. We sat at the kitchen table after the kids had gone to bed, and I told him everything. Tom was skeptical at first, thinking I was just being paranoid, but when he saw the fear in my eyes, he agreed to keep an eye on Mr. Charles as well. The next day, Tom and I took turns watching the house. It didn't take long for Tom to notice the same unsettling behavior. Mr. Charles was indeed taking pictures. He had a camera with a long lens, and he didn't even try to hide it. He pointed it directly at our house, snapping away whenever we were outside. Tom decided it was time to confront Mr. Charles. He marched over to the old house and banged on the door. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and Mr. Charles stood there, looking frail and confused. Tom demanded to know why he was taking pictures of our family. Mr. Charles just stared at him, not saying a word. Finally, he mumbled something about enjoying photography and shut the door in Tom's face. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining all the horrible reasons someone would take pictures of our kids. My mind raced with fear and anger. What if he was a predator? What if he was planning something terrible? The not knowing was the worst part. The next morning, we called the police. 2 officers arrived at our house, and we explained everything to them. They seemed concerned and promised to look into it. They went over to Mr. Charles's house and spoke with him for a long time. When they came back, they told us that Mr. Charles had indeed been taking pictures, but they couldn't find any evidence of a crime. They advised us to keep an eye on the situation and to call them if anything else happened. Days turned into weeks, and the creepy behavior continued. Every time I saw that camera flash, my heart pounded in my chest. I felt like a prisoner in my own home. We stopped letting the kids play outside, and I even started keeping the curtains closed. It was no way to live, but I didn't know what else to do. One afternoon, I decided to go through our old photo albums to distract myself. As I flipped through the pages, I found a picture of Lily and Max at the park. But something was off. In the background, I could see Mr. Charles sitting on a bench, watching them. My hands trembled as I realized that he had been watching us for much longer than we thought. That was the final straw. We called the police again and showed them the photo. This time, they took it more seriously. They got a warrant and searched Mr. Charles's house. What they found was chilling. In his attic, there were hundreds of photographs of our family. Pictures of Lily and Max playing in the yard, us sitting on the porch, even shots of us through our windows. Mr. Charles was arrested, but he never spoke a word to explain himself. The police were baffled. They couldn't find any evidence that he had harmed anyone or planned to. It was as if he was just obsessed with our family for no reason. The whole ordeal left us shaken. We moved to a new neighborhood, hoping to leave the nightmare behind. But the fear still lingers. Every time I see a flash of light or feel like someone is watching us, I remember Mr. Charles and his silent obsession. We never found out why he did it. The mystery of his intentions haunts me to this day. All I know is that we were lucky to catch him before anything worse happened. And I hope, wherever he is now, he isn't watching anyone else the way he watched us. I live in a small, quiet town where nothing much happens. My name is Anna, and I am a college student. I rent a small apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building. The building is old but cozy, and I like my little home. Next to my apartment lives an elderly woman named Mrs. Harper. Mrs. Harper is very strange. She always stares at me whenever I come or go. Her eyes follow me, and she never smiles. It makes me feel uncomfortable, but I try to ignore it. One night, I was studying late for an exam. It was around midnight when I heard a knock on my door. I was surprised because no one ever visited me that late. I went to the door and looked through the peephole. It was Mrs. Harper. Her eyes looked wide and scared. I opened the door slowly. "Yes," I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Someone is breaking into your house," she whispered. Her voice trembled, and she looked over her shoulder like she was afraid someone was following her. My heart started to race. "What? Are you sure?" "Yes, I saw someone climbing through your window," she insisted. "You should come with me. We need to call the police." I was scared, but I nodded and grabbed my phone. Mrs. Harper led me down the hallway to her apartment. I dialed 911 and told the operator what Mrs. Harper had said. The operator told me to stay on the line and wait for the police. Mrs. Harper and I sat in her living room. Her apartment was dark and smelled like old books. I tried to calm myself down, but I couldn't stop thinking about someone being in my apartment. After a few minutes, Mrs. Harper stood up. "I think I heard something," she said. "We should check on your apartment." I didn't want to go, but I felt like I had to. Mrs. Harper led the way, and I followed her back to my apartment. When we got there, the door was wide open. Gasped. "I locked it before I left," I said, feeling a chill run down my spine. Mrs. Harper nodded. "Stay behind me," she said. She stepped into the apartment, and I followed her, my heart pounding. The apartment was dark and silent. We walked through the living room and into the bedroom. I turned on the light, and that's when I saw him. A man was standing by my dresser, going through my things. He turned and looked at us with cold eyes. I froze in fear. Mrs. Harper didn't. She smiled. "Good job, Tony," she said to the man. My stomach dropped. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice shaking. Tony walked toward me. "Just stay quiet and you won't get hurt," he said. Mrs. Harper grabbed my arm. Her grip was surprisingly strong for an old woman. "We just want your valuables," she said. "Give us your money and jewelry, and we'll leave." I was terrified, but I did as they said. I gave them my wallet, my watch, and the few pieces of jewelry I owned. Tony stuffed everything into a bag. When they had taken everything, Mrs. Harper smiled at me again. "Thank you, dear. Have a good night," she said, and then they left. I stood there in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. I called the police again and told them everything. They came quickly, but by the time they arrived, Mrs. Harper and Tony were gone. The police searched my apartment and the building. They found no sign of Mrs. Harper or the man who had robbed me. It was like they had vanished into thin air. The police told me they would keep looking, but I could see in their eyes that they didn't have much hope. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about Mrs. Harper and how she had tricked me. I felt so foolish and scared. The next day, I went to my landlord and told him everything. He was shocked and promised to help me find a new apartment. I moved out of that building as quickly as I could. I never saw Mrs. Harper or Tony again, but the memory of that night still haunts me. Every time I hear a knock on my door, my heart races and I feel a chill down my spine. I learned to be more careful and to trust my instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. And I will never forget the strange, staring eyes of Mrs. Harper and the night she brought terror into my life. A few weeks ago, I was looking for a used laptop. My old one was slow, and I needed a new one for work. I didn't have much money, so I decided to check Craigslist. After a bit of searching, I found a laptop that seemed perfect. It was a good price and looked almost new in the pictures. I contacted the seller and arranged to meet in a public place to check it out. We decided to meet at a coffee shop in the afternoon. It seemed like a safe place with lots of people around. When I arrived, I saw the seller standing outside. He was a tall man, dressed casually in jeans and a black jacket. He smiled and waved when he saw me. "Are you here for the laptop?" he asked. "Yes, I am," I replied. "Great," he said. "It's in my car. I parked just over there." He pointed to a car parked at the far end of the lot. I felt a bit uneasy about going to his car, but he seemed friendly enough. I followed him, keeping some distance. As we reached his car, he unlocked it and took out the laptop. It looked just like the pictures, maybe even better. "Do you want to check it out?" he asked. "It's a bit dark out here. We can sit in my car where the light is better." I hesitated for a moment. Sitting in a stranger's car didn't seem like a good idea, but I wanted to check the laptop thoroughly. I glanced around. There were still a few people in the parking lot. It seemed safe enough. "Okay, just for a minute," I said. I got into the passenger seat, and he sat in the driver's seat. He handed me the laptop, and I started to inspect it. The screen was clear, the keyboard was clean, and everything seemed fine. I was about to turn it on when I heard the click of the car doors locking. My heart skipped a beat. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to stay calm. He smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile anymore. It was cold and sinister. "I need your help with something," he said. "You see, I make deals like this all the time. But sometimes the buyers don't pay up. I need to make sure you understand how serious I am." I could feel panic rising in my chest. This was bad. I glanced at the door handle, but there was no way to unlock it from the inside. "Listen, I just wanted to buy a laptop," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Oh, you'll get your laptop," he said. "But first, I need you to do something for me." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small black device. It looked like a remote control. "See this?" he said, holding it up. "This is a tracker. I'm going to put it on you. If you try to go to the police or do anything stupid, I'll know exactly where you are." I was terrified. My mind was racing, trying to think of a way out. Then I remembered my phone in my pocket. If I could just send a quick message to someone, maybe I could get help. "Okay," I said, trying to sound cooperative. "I'll do what you want. Just tell me what to do." He seemed satisfied with my response and started explaining his plan. While he was talking, I slowly reached for my phone. I managed to unlock it and send a quick text to my friend. "Help. In danger. Call the police." I hoped it would be enough. I needed to buy more time. "Can I at least see if the laptop works?" I asked. "I need to make sure it's not broken." He looked at me for a moment, then nodded. "Fine, but no tricks." I turned on the laptop and pretended to check it, but my mind was focused on escaping. I needed a distraction. Then an idea came to me. "Hey, there's something wrong with the screen," I said, pointing to a random spot. "It looks like a crack." He leaned in to look, and at that moment, I swung the laptop at his head with all my strength. The impact stunned him, and I took the chance to unlock the door and bolt out of the car. I ran as fast as I could, shouting for help. A couple of people in the parking lot saw me and came running. I explained what happened, and they called the police. The police arrived quickly. They found the man still in his car, holding his head where I had hit him. They arrested him and took him away. Later, at the police station, I gave my statement. The officers told me that the man had been involved in similar crimes before. He lured people with fake deals and then trapped them in his car. I was shaken but relieved that I had managed to escape. The police praised me for my quick thinking and told me that my text message had helped them respond quickly. I learned a valuable lesson that day. No deal is worth risking your safety. From now on, I'll be much more careful with online transactions. As I left the police station, I couldn't help but feel grateful. Things could have ended much worse, but I was safe. And that was all that mattered. Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. I was looking for a bike on Craigslist. I needed one for my daily commute to work. My old bike was worn out, and I wanted something reliable. One evening, I found a listing that caught my eye. It was for a new-looking bike at a very low price. The pictures showed a shiny, almost unused bike. It seemed too good to be true, but I couldn't resist checking it out. I contacted the seller through the Craigslist email. He responded quickly and gave me an address where we could meet. The address was for an old industrial area in town. It seemed a bit strange, but I thought maybe he worked in one of the factories there. We agreed to meet the next evening. The following day, I finished work and drove to the address. The area was deserted. The factories looked abandoned, with broken windows and rusted metal everywhere. I felt uneasy, but decided to go ahead anyway. I parked my car and walked to the address the seller had given me. It was an old rundown factory with a large metal door. There were no lights around, and the sun was starting to set, casting long shadows that made everything look even more eerie. I checked my phone for messages from the seller. He had texted me that he was inside the factory and to come in. Hesitating for a moment, I took a deep breath and pushed the heavy door open. It creaked loudly, echoing through the empty building. Inside, it was dark and musty. The air was thick with the smell of dust and rust. I could barely see anything, so I used the flashlight on my phone to light the way. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vast space. No response. I took a few steps further inside, my footsteps echoing on the concrete floor. Just as I was about to turn back, I saw a figure emerge from the shadows. It was a man, probably in his mid-30s, wearing a hoodie and jeans. He had the bike with him. "Hi, I'm here about the bike," I said, trying to sound confident despite my growing fear. "Yeah, it's right here," he replied, his voice rough. "Come closer and check it out." I walked over and looked at the bike. It was just like the pictures, shiny and new. I couldn't believe my luck. I reached into my pocket to get the money when suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my side. The man had pulled a knife on me. "Give me your wallet and phone," he demanded, his eyes cold and hard. I froze for a moment, but then I handed over my wallet and phone, my hands shaking. He took them and pushed me to the ground. I hit the floor hard, the breath knocked out of me. "Don't move," he warned before he disappeared into the shadows with my belongings. I lay there for a few minutes, trying to catch my breath and gather my thoughts. My side hurt when he hit me, but I was more shocked than anything. I couldn't believe what had just happened. Slowly, I got up and stumbled out of the factory. The sky was dark now, and the streetlights cast an eerie glow on the deserted streets. I made my way back to my car, my mind racing. I had to call the police, but my phone was gone. I remembered seeing a payphone near the entrance to the industrial area, so I headed in that direction. When I reached the payphone, I fumbled with the change in my pocket and dialed 911. The operator answered, and I quickly explained what had happened. She told me to stay where I was and that officers were on their way. I hung up and waited, my heart still pounding. After what felt like an eternity, I saw the flashing lights of a police car approaching. 2 officers got out and approached me. I told them everything, from finding the listing on Craigslist to meeting the man in the factory. They listened carefully and then asked me to show them where it happened. We walked back to the factory, and I pointed out the spot where the man had robbed me. The officers searched the area and found some of my belongings scattered on the floor. They also found the bike hidden behind some old machinery. One of the officers stayed with me while the other radioed for backup. Within minutes, more police cars arrived, and they began to search the entire building. After a while, they found the man hiding in one of the back rooms. He still had my wallet and phone on him. They arrested him and brought him out in handcuffs. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, knowing that he wouldn't be able to hurt anyone else. The officers took my statement and returned my belongings. They told me they would keep the bike as evidence for the investigation. I thanked them and finally headed home, exhausted and shaken, but grateful to be safe. The experience left me wary of online deals and meeting strangers. I learned a hard lesson that day about being cautious and trusting my instincts. From then on, I made sure to meet sellers in public places during the day and never go alone. It was July 2020. The summer heat was intense, and the days were long. Max, my small brown terrier with a white spot on his chest, went missing. He was my best friend, and I was heartbroken when he disappeared. I searched everywhere, the neighborhood, local parks, and even nearby towns. I put up posters and asked everyone if they had seen him. Days turned into weeks, and there was still no sign of Max. One evening, feeling hopeless and desperate, I decided to check Craigslist. Maybe someone had found him and posted an ad. I typed in "found dog" and scrolled through the listings. My heart skipped a beat when I saw a new ad, "found small brown dog with white chest spot." The description matched Max perfectly. I quickly sent a message to the person who posted the ad, I introduced myself and described Max in detail, hoping they still had him. A reply came almost immediately. Yes, I have your dog. Meet me tomorrow at 6 p.m. at Pinewood Trail. I will bring him there. Pinewood Trail was a remote area on the outskirts of town, known for its dense woods and quiet paths. It was about a 30-minute drive from my house. I was so eager to see Max again that I didn't think twice about the odd meeting place. The next day, I got into my car and drove to Pinewood Trail. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the road. The trailhead was empty, and the parking lot was deserted. I parked my car and looked around, hoping to see someone with Max. As I waited, the sky grew darker and the silence of the woods became more pronounced. I checked my phone. It was 6:15 p.m. and there was still no sign of the person or Max. I started to feel uneasy. After a few more minutes, a man appeared from the trail. He was tall, with a scruffy beard and wearing a dark hoodie. He walked towards me with a slow, deliberate pace. My heart pounded with a mix of hope and fear. "Are you here for the dog?" he asked, his voice low and rough. "Yes, do you have him?" I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "He's just a little further down the trail." "Follow me," he said, turning back towards the woods. Something didn't feel right. Why would he bring Max so deep into the woods? I hesitated, but started to follow him. As we walked, the trees grew thicker, and the light from the setting sun barely penetrated the canopy. After a few minutes, the man stopped and turned to face me. "He's just a bit further." "Come on," he urged, but there was something unsettling in his eyes. I glanced around, realizing how isolated I was. The trail was narrow, and the woods were dense and dark. A chill ran down my spine. Suddenly, I remembered a news article I had read a few months ago about a serial attacker who lured people into remote areas using fake ads. My heart raced as the pieces fell into place. I needed to get out of there. I forced a smile and said, "I just need to grab something from my car. I'll be right back." The man's expression changed. He seemed impatient, almost irritated. "Hurry up," he muttered. I turned and walked back down the trail, trying to keep my pace steady and calm. As soon as I was out of sight, I broke into a run. My breath came in short, panicked gasps as I sprinted towards my car. I could hear footsteps behind me, quickening with each step I took. Reaching the parking lot, I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking. I managed to unlock the door and jumped in, slamming it shut and locking it. The man emerged from the trail, his face twisted with anger. He pounded on my window, shouting for me to get out. I started the car and sped out of the parking lot, my heart pounding. I didn't stop until I was back in town, surrounded by people and streetlights. Safe at last, I pulled over and called the police, reporting everything that had happened. Later that night, an officer called me back. The man was a known serial attacker who had been using fake ads to lure people into remote areas. I was lucky to have escaped unharmed. I never saw Max again, but I like to think that he found a kind person who took him in. The experience left me shaken, and I became much more cautious. I missed Max dearly, but I was grateful to be safe. From that day on, I warned others about the dangers of meeting strangers in remote areas. The memory of that evening stayed with me, a constant reminder to trust my instincts and stay vigilant. Max may have been lost, but I found a new sense of awareness that kept me safe in the days to come. I remember that night well. It was a cold, windy night in our tough neighborhood. My name is Mary, and I was just 12 years old then. I lived with my mom and my little brother Tommy. Dad was away for work, like he often was, and we were used to handling things ourselves. But this night was different. It was very late, maybe around midnight. The wind howled outside, and the trees cast spooky shadows on the walls. Tommy and I were already in bed, but I couldn't sleep. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, when suddenly I heard a noise. It was a soft knock on the front door. At first, I thought I imagined it, but then I heard it again. My heart started to race. Who could it be at this hour? I crept out of bed and peeked down the hallway. I saw Mom standing still, listening. She looked worried. "Stay in your room, Mary," she whispered when she saw me. But I couldn't move. I watched as helped to the closet and pulled out Dad's old shotgun. My mom had never looked so scared. She held the gun tightly and strolled to the door. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice shaking. There was no answer, just more knocking. She looked through the peephole but saw nothing. Mom took a deep breath and opened the door just a crack. There was no one there. She shut the door quickly and locked it, her hands trembling. "Go back to bed, Mary," she said. But I could tell she was scared too. I went back to my room, but I didn't sleep. I stayed awake, listening to every sound. The next morning, we saw something strange outside. There were footprints in the dirt near our house. They were big, like a man's, but they were odd, like he had been dragging something heavy. We also found barbed wire tangled in the bushes near our front yard. It was rusty and sharp, and it made me shiver. Mom called the police, and they came to our house. They looked at the footprints and the barbed wire and took pictures. The police officers talked to Mom for a long time. I could tell they were worried too. They told us to be careful and to keep the doors and windows locked. We thought about what happened all day. Tommy didn't understand much, but he knew something was wrong. He stayed close to Mom and me, his little hand holding mine tightly. That night, we didn't sleep much. Every sound made us jump. A few days later, we learned something that made things even scarier. We had a neighbor who lived a few houses down. He was an old man named Mr. David. He always seemed a bit strange, but we didn't think much of it. But then, one of our other neighbors told us something that made my blood run cold. "Mr. David has been acting red lately," Mrs. Peters said. "I saw him walking around at night, carrying something big and heavy. He didn't look right." Mom thanked her and hurried us inside. She looked more worried than ever. "We need to be careful," she said. "Stay close and don't go outside alone." We started noticing more strange things. Sometimes we would hear noises outside at night, like someone walking around our house. Once, Tommy found a weird old doll in our backyard. It was dirty and broken, and it made me feel sick to look at it. Mom called Dad and told him everything. He said he would come home as soon as he could, but it would be a few more days before he could get back. We had to stay safe until then. One night, I woke up to the sound of glass breaking. I jumped out of bed and ran to Mom's room. She was already up, holding the shotgun. "Stay behind me," she said. We walked slowly to the living room, where the sound came from. The window was broken, and the cold wind blew in. Mom pointed the shotgun at the broken window, her hands shaking. "Who's there?" she called out. There was no answer. We heard footsteps running away, and then it was quiet. Mom called the police again, and they came quickly. They searched around the house, but didn't find anyone. "We need to leave," Mom said after the police left. "It's not safe here." We packed our things quickly. Mom called Dad and told him what happened. He agreed we should leave. We went to stay with my aunt and uncle for a while. It felt safer there, but I still had nightmares about that night. A few days later, Dad finally came home. He hugged us tightly, and I felt safe for the first time in days. He talked to the police and David. The police found out that Mr. David had been sneaking around our house. He had a history of troubling behavior, and they took him in for questioning. We never went back to that house. We moved to a new neighborhood, far away from Mr. David and the scary nights. It took a long time for us to feel safe again, but we were together, and that was what mattered. I still think about that night sometimes. The knock on the door, the footprints, the barbed wire, it all feels like a bad dream, but it taught me to be brave and to trust my family. No matter what, we would always protect each other. I don't work in a motel, but my job requires me to travel a lot. Recently, I had to spend a few nights in a motel that I knew well. It was an old, charming place in a quiet town. My aunt and uncle had owned it, and I had many fond memories of staying there as a child. The motel hadn't changed much over the years. The wooden floors still creaked, and the air smelled faintly of lavender and old books. My room was on the second floor, facing the courtyard. It was cozy, with a large bed covered in a quilt, a wooden dresser, and a small writing desk by the window. I liked to leave the window slightly open at night to let in the cool breeze and the soothing sounds of the fountain below. On the first night, I fell asleep quickly, but around midnight, I woke up to the sound of furniture being moved in the room above mine. It was a slow, dragging noise like someone was pushing a heavy chair across the floor. At first, I thought it was just another guest rearranging things, but the noise continued for hours. I put a pillow over my head, but it didn't help. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep out of sheer exhaustion. The next morning, I mentioned the noise to the receptionist, a young woman with a kind smile. She looked puzzled and told me that the room above mine was empty. No one had stayed there for weeks. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe the sound had come from somewhere else. Maybe the old pipes were acting up. That night, the same thing happened. Just as I was drifting off, the noise started again. The scraping and dragging of furniture echoed through the ceiling. This time I was too curious to ignore it. I put on my slippers and went to the lobby to find the night security guard. He was an older man with a calm demeanor, and he agreed to check the room above mine. We took the creaky elevator to the 3rd floor. The hallway was dimly lit, and the carpet muffled our footsteps. The guard unlocked the door, and we stepped inside. The room was empty, just as the receptionist had said. The furniture was in its usual place, covered in a thin layer of dust. There were no signs of anyone having been there. We returned to the lobby, and the guard assured me he would keep an eye on things. I went back to my room, but I couldn't sleep. Every little noise made me jump. I kept imagining the furniture above me moving on its own, like some unseen force was rearranging the room. The next day, I was exhausted and decided to switch rooms. The motel staff was understanding and moved me to the opposite wing, far away from the source of the noise. My new room was just as cozy, with a view of the garden instead of the courtyard. For the first time in days, I felt at ease. I took a long, hot shower and settled into bed with a book. The night was quiet, and I started to relax, thinking the worst was over. But just as I began to drift off, I heard it again. The same dragging sound, but this time it was coming from above my new room. My heart pounded in my chest as I lay there listening to the eerie noise. It seemed to move around, as if someone was deliberately trying to disturb me. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my phone and called the front desk. The receptionist sounded concerned and said she would send the security guard up immediately. Within minutes, there was a knock on my door. It was the same guard, looking even more serious than before. We went upstairs together, but once again, the room above mine was empty. The guard checked every corner, but there was nothing unusual. He suggested I try to get some rest and assured me he would patrol the halls throughout the night. Back in my room, I felt a sense of hopelessness. What was causing these noises? Why did they follow me to the other side of the motel? I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of it all. The sound continued, relentless and unnerving. As dawn approached, the noise finally stopped, and I fell into a fitful sleep. When I woke up, the sun was shining, and everything seemed normal again. I packed my bags and checked out of the motel, feeling a mixture of relief and lingering unease. Driving away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with that place. The motel that once felt like a second home now seemed shrouded in mystery and dread. I wondered if I would ever find out what had caused those noises, but part of me was glad to leave it behind. To this day, I think about that experience whenever I stay in a motel. The memory of those nights, the sound of furniture moving in an empty room, still haunts me. It's a reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved, and that some places, no matter how familiar, can hide secrets in their shadows. Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. In 2019, I was 13 years old and living near a forest with my family. We had a cozy house surrounded by tall trees, which always seemed to whisper secrets. One night, my life changed forever. It was a stormy night. Rain tapped against the windows, and lightning flashed across the sky. My mom, brother, and sister were at the hospital with my dad, who was very sick. I was home alone, trying to be brave. I sat on the couch watching TV to distract myself. The house felt big and empty without my family. The shadows seemed darker, and the sounds of the storm outside made everything scarier. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, and I tried to focus on the show. Suddenly, I heard it. Someone called my name. "Tommy," a voice whispered from upstairs. I froze. The TV was still on, but I couldn't hear it anymore. The voice sounded so clear, so real. I turned off the TV and listened. "Tommy," the voice called again. My heart raced. Who could it be? I was supposed to be alone. I gathered my courage and decided to check. I slowly walked up the creaky wooden stairs, each step making a loud noise. The hallway was dark, and I had to turn on the light. I went to my room first. It was empty, just as I left it. I checked my brother's room next. It was also empty. The voice seemed to come from the end of the hallway, from my parents' room. The door was slightly open. I pushed it and peered inside. The room was dark, with only the dim light from the hallway spilling in. I stepped inside and called out, "Hello?" No one answered. I checked the closet and under the bed, but there was no one there. I felt a chill run down my spine. The voice had sounded so close, but now it was gone. Feeling uneasy, I decided to go back downstairs. As I turned to leave the room, I saw something from the corner of my eye. A shadow moved outside the window. My heart pounded, and I felt frozen in place. I slowly walked to the window and looked outside. The rain was pouring down, making it hard to see clearly. But then, a flash of lightning lit up the yard. There, standing near the edge of the forest, was a figure. It was too dark to see who it was, but I knew someone was there. Panic set in. I rushed downstairs and locked all the doors. I grabbed the phone to call my mom, but there was no signal. The storm must have knocked out the service. I felt trapped and scared. I decided to stay in the living room, where I could see both the front and back doors. I turned off the lights so I could see outside better. I sat on the couch, clutching a flashlight, waiting for something to happen. Minutes felt like hours. The storm raged on, and I kept glancing at the windows. Then I heard a noise. It was a soft tapping sound coming from the back door. I turned towards it, and my heart skipped a beat. There, through the glass door, I saw the figure again. It was closer this time, standing right on the porch. The lightning flashed again, and I could see a face. It was pale, with dark eyes staring directly at me. I screamed and fell back, dropping the flashlight. I scrambled to pick it up, but when I shone it at the door, the figure was gone. I didn't know what to do. My mind raced with fear and confusion. I decided to hide. I ran to the closet under the stairs and crawled inside. I closed the door and tried to calm my breathing. I could hear the rain pounding on the roof and the occasional rumble of thunder. Time passed slowly. I stayed as quiet as I could, listening for any signs of the intruder. My mind played tricks on me, making me think I heard footsteps and whispers. I was too scared to move. Finally, exhaustion took over and I drifted off to sleep. I don't know how long I was out, but I woke up to the sound of voices. They were calling my name, but these voices were familiar. I opened the closet door and peeked out. The storm had passed, and the house was filled with light. I stepped out cautiously and saw my mom, brother, and sister standing in the living room. They looked worried and relieved. "Tommy, are you okay?" my mom asked, rushing over to hug me. I nodded, feeling tears in my eyes. "I heard someone calling my name from upstairs, and I saw someone outside," I said, my voice trembling. My mom hugged me tightly. "It's okay, Tommy. We're here now. You're safe." I looked around the room, still feeling uneasy. The house seemed normal again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened. My mom said it was probably just my imagination fueled by the storm and being alone. But deep down, I knew what I saw and heard. That night left a mark on me, a memory that would never fade. Even now, years later, I can still hear that voice calling my name and see the figure standing in the rain. It was a stormy night, and I was alone. I decided to go camping alone in the woods. I wanted some peace away from the busy city. I packed my camping gear, food, and my trusty old rifle for safety. I drove to a remote camping spot deep in the forest. It was a place I had been to a few times before, but I had never camped there alone. I arrived in the late afternoon. The sun was still up, casting long shadows through the trees. The air was fresh, and the only sounds were the birds chirping and the rustle of leaves. I set up my tent in a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees. It was a perfect spot, far away from any trails or other campers. After setting up my tent and arranging my things, I decided to collect some firewood. The sun was starting to set, and I wanted to have a fire ready before it got dark. I walked through the woods, picking up dry branches and twigs. As I ventured further from my camp, I noticed something strange. From a distance, I saw someone walking through the woods. It was odd because this person was not on the trail. They were moving slowly, almost aimlessly, through the dense forest. I felt a chill run down my spine. Who could it be? Why were they walking through the woods like that? I shook off the uneasy feeling and continued collecting wood. I told myself it was probably another camper exploring the area. I gathered enough wood and headed back to my campsite. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I lit the fire. The flames danced and crackled, bringing warmth and light to the clearing. I cooked a simple meal and sat by the fire, enjoying the solitude. The forest around me was dark, and the stars began to appear in the night sky. It was peaceful, and I started to relax. After finishing my meal, I decided to get some sleep. I put out the fire, leaving just a few glowing embers, and crawled into my tent. The forest was quiet, except for the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I felt safe in my tent, wrapped in my sleeping bag. I must have been asleep for a couple of hours when I woke up to a strange sound. It was a soft, melodic whistling. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but the whistling continued. It seemed to be coming from just outside my camp. My heart started to race. Who could be whistling out here in the middle of the night? I grabbed my rifle and slowly unzipped the tent. The whistling stopped as soon as I stepped out. I looked around, my eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness. The fire had died down, and the only light came from the faint glow of the moon. I listened carefully, but all I could hear was the sound of my breathing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was a man, barely visible in the darkness. He was just standing there watching me. I felt a surge of fear and instinctively lifted my rifle. The man didn't move. I called out, my voice shaky, "Who's there?" There was no response. The man just stood there, silent and still. I kept my rifle pointed at him, my finger on the trigger. For what felt like an eternity, we stared at each other. Then, slowly, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the forest. I kept my rifle raised, listening to the sound of his footsteps fading away. I didn't go back to my tent. I stayed by the fire, feeding it more wood to keep it burning brightly. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, my eyes darting around, watching the shadows. The whistling didn't return, and I didn't see the man again. As soon as the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I packed up my camp. I didn't want to stay another moment in that place. I hiked back to my car, my heart still pounding from the encounter. The drive back home felt longer than usual, my mind replaying the events of the night over and over. When I got home, I told my friends about what happened. Some of them laughed it off, saying it was probably just another camper messing with me. Others suggested it could have been a local or even a hunter. But deep down, I knew it was something more. Something was unsettling about that man, the way he stood there watching me in the dark. I haven't been back to that camping spot since. The woods, once a place of peace and solitude, now felt eerie and dangerous. The memory of that night stayed with me, a reminder of how vulnerable we can be when we're alone in the wild. I was working the night shift at the gas station. The hours were long and the nights were quiet. Most of the time, nothing exciting happened. I would clean the counters, stock the shelves, and help the occasional customer who needed gas or a snack. But one night, something happened that I will never forget. It started like any other night. I was behind the counter, reading a book to pass the time. It was around midnight, and the gas station was empty. The bright lights inside made the darkness outside seem even darker. The only sound was the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional car passing by on the highway. Suddenly, I saw bright headlights outside. A car pulled up to the pump, but no one got out. I watched for a moment, waiting to see if the driver would come inside. After a few minutes, the door opened and a man stepped out. He was tall and thin, with messy hair and clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in days. He walked slowly, almost stumbling towards the door. When he came inside, I noticed he was jittery. His hands were shaking, and he kept looking around nervously. Something about him didn't seem right. He walked up to the counter and stared at me without saying a word. His eyes were wide and intense, and I could see sweat on his forehead. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to sound calm. He didn't answer. Instead, he just kept staring at me. I felt my heart start to race. I didn't know what to do. I glanced at the phone, wondering if I should call for help. But before I could make a decision, he spoke. "Do you have a bathroom?" he asked, his voice shaky. "Yes, it's in the back," I said, pointing to the door at the end of the aisle. He nodded and walked towards the bathroom, still looking around nervously. I watched him go, feeling uneasy. Something about him was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I tried to shake off the feeling and went back to reading my book, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept glancing at the bathroom door, waiting for him to come out. Minutes passed, and he still didn't come out. I started to feel even more uneasy. What was he doing in there? I decided to check. I walked slowly towards the bathroom door, my heart pounding in my chest. I knocked lightly. "Is everything okay in there?" I asked. There was no answer. I knocked again, louder this time. "Sir, are you okay?" I asked again. Still no answer. I felt a wave of fear wash over me. What if something had happened to him? I hesitated for a moment, then decided to open the door. I pushed it open slowly and peeked inside. The bathroom was empty. He was gone. I felt a chill run down my spine. Where had he gone? I looked around the gas station, but there was no sign of him. It was like he had vanished into thin air. I went back to the counter, feeling more uneasy than ever. I decided to call my manager, just to let him know what was going on. As I reached for the phone, I saw headlights outside again. Another car was pulling up to the pump. This time it was a cab. The driver got out and walked towards the door. He was an older man with a friendly smile. He came inside and looked around. "Busy night?" he asked, walking up to the counter. "Not really," I said, trying to smile. "Just had a weird customer a few minutes ago." "Oh, what happened?" he asked, looking concerned. I told him about the jittery man and how he had vanished from the bathroom. The cab driver listened carefully, nodding as I spoke. "That sounds strange," he said. "You should be careful. You never know what kind of people are out there." "I know," I said, feeling a little better talking to him. "Thanks for the advice." "No problem," he said, smiling again. "If you need anything, I'll be around. Just honk if you need help." "Thanks," I said, feeling a little safer knowing he was nearby. The cab driver went back to his car, and I watched as he drove away. I felt a little better, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I went back to reading my book, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept looking around, half expecting the jittery man to reappear. Hours passed, and nothing else happened. The gas station remained quiet, and I tried to relax. But just when I thought the night would end without any more scares, I saw headlights outside again. My heart skipped a beat as the same car from earlier pulled up to the pump. The jittery man got out again, looking even more nervous than before. He walked towards the door, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. I glanced around, hoping the cab driver was still nearby, but there was no sign of him. The jittery man came inside and walked up to the counter. He stared at me again with those wide, intense eyes. I felt my hands start to shake, but I tried to stay calm. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice trembling. He didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. He handed it to me without a word. I took it, my hands shaking. The paper was old and worn, with writing that was hard to read. It looked like some kind of map. "What is this?" I asked, confused. He didn't answer. He just kept staring at me with those intense eyes. I felt a wave of fear wash over me. I didn't know what he wanted, and I didn't want to find out. "I think you should leave," I said, trying to sound brave. He didn't move. He just kept staring at me. I felt my heart start to race. I glanced around, hoping to see the cab driver, but there was no sign of him. I didn't know what to do. Just then, I heard a honk outside. I looked up and saw the cab driver's car. He had come back. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The cab driver got out of his car and walked towards the door. The jittery man glanced at him, then back at me. He looked even more nervous now. "Is everything okay here?" the cab driver asked, looking at the jittery man. The jittery man didn't answer. He just turned and walked out the door without a word. I watched as he got into his car and drove away, the bright headlights disappearing into the darkness. "Are you okay?" the cab driver asked, walking up to the counter. "I think so," I said, still shaking. "Thank you for coming back." "No problem," he said, smiling. "I told you if you need anything, just honk." "Thanks," I said, feeling a little better. The cab driver stayed with me for the rest of my shift, and nothing else happened. When morning came, I thanked him again, and he drove away. I never saw the jittery man again, but I never forgot that night. It was the scariest night of my life, and I was glad I had someone there to help me through it. It was a stormy night. Rain pounded against the windows, and thunder roared like a beast in the sky. I was visiting my mom at her workplace, a large office building that felt eerily empty after hours. My mom worked late shifts often, and since I had nowhere else to be, I would sometimes keep her company. The office was quiet, the kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of every creak and groan the building makes. I sat at a desk in the corner, doing my homework, while my mom typed away at her computer. The light from her desk lamp cast long shadows that danced across the room with every flicker of the lightning outside. After a while, I felt the need to use the washroom. My mom pointed me in the direction of the restrooms, which were located in another part of the building. I walked through the dimly lit hallways, my footsteps echoing in the space. The sound of the storm outside was muffled but still present, a constant reminder of the tumultuous weather. As I reached the washroom, I noticed how different this part of the building felt. It was older, with faded wallpaper and flickering fluorescent lights. The air was cooler here, almost as if it was disconnected from the rest of the building. I pushed open the door to the washroom and stepped inside. The fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered, casting an unsettling glow over the room. There were 3 stalls, all of them empty, and a row of sinks with a large mirror above them. As I washed my hands, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror. I looked up and saw a woman standing behind me. She wore a white hijab that seemed to glow in the flickering light. Her expression was unreadable, and she stood so still that it was almost as if she was a statue. But I managed to smile at her before quickly leaving the washroom. I hurried back to my mom's desk, my heart pounding in my chest. The storm outside seemed to grow louder, and the shadows in the office looked darker. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling as I sat back down and continued my homework. Later, I mentioned the woman to my mom. I described her white hijab and how she stood so still. My mom glanced up from her work, a puzzled expression on her face, but she didn't say anything. She just nodded and returned to her typing. I thought it was strange, but I didn't press the issue. I assumed the woman was just a coworker working late, like my mom. The night dragged on, and the storm showed no signs of letting up. Eventually, my mom finished her work, and we prepared to leave. As we gathered our things, my mom suddenly spoke. Her voice was quiet, almost hesitant. "You said you saw a woman in a white hijab?" she asked, not looking at me. "Yeah," I replied, "in the washroom." "Why?" My mom took a deep breath and turned to face me. "None of my co-workers wear white hijabs. No one here wears white hijabs at all." "Are you sure you saw her?" A cold shiver ran down my spine. I nodded, remembering the way the woman had stood so still, her eyes fixed on me in the mirror. My mom's expression grew more serious. She led me to the security office, where we asked to see the camera footage from the hallway outside the washroom. The security guard, a gruff man with a thick mustache, was reluctant at first, but my mom's insistence won him over. We watched the footage together, the grainy black and white images showing the empty hallway. I saw myself walk to the washroom and go inside. A few minutes later, I came out, looking slightly pale and hurried, but there was no sign of the woman in the white hijab. No one else had entered or left the washroom during that time. The security guard shrugged and muttered something about the cameras not catching everything, but I could see the concern in my mom's eyes. She thanked the guard, and we left the office in silence. The drive home was tense. The storm continued to rage, and the windshield wipers struggled to keep up with the torrential rain. My mom kept glancing at me, her expression a mix of worry and confusion. I didn't know what to say. The woman had been so real, so present, and yet there was no trace of her on the footage. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the woman in the white hijab standing behind me in the mirror, her face expressionless and her eyes dark. The image was burned into my mind, and the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. Over the next few days, my mom tried to reassure me, telling me it was probably just a trick of the light or my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew what I had seen, and it wasn't my imagination. Weeks passed, and I stopped visiting my mom at work. The memory of that night still haunted me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the woman in the white hijab was still out there, watching. Last winter, I lived in a quiet neighborhood. My house was small, but it was enough for me. I enjoyed my evenings alone, watching TV or reading a good book. One night in November, something strange happened that I will never forget. It was a cold night. The wind was howling outside and the leaves were rustling. I had just finished dinner and decided to watch a movie. I turned off the lights, made some popcorn, and settled on the couch with a blanket. The movie was about a detective solving a mystery. It was exciting, and I was completely focused on it. Suddenly, I heard a noise. It was a soft thud coming from the back of the house. I paused the movie and listened carefully. At first, I thought it might be the wind, but then I heard it again. It sounded like something or someone was moving outside. I got up from the couch and walked to the window. I looked out into the dark backyard but saw nothing. I told myself it was just my imagination and went back to the couch. As soon as I sat down, the noise came again, louder this time. My heart started to race. I decided to check it out. I grabbed a flashlight and walked to the back door. I opened it slowly and stepped outside. The cold wind hit my face, and I shivered. I shined the flashlight around the yard, but saw nothing unusual. I was about to go back inside when I heard a whisper. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to sound brave. There was no answer, only the sound of the wind and the rustling leaves. I felt a chill run down my spine. I quickly went back inside and locked the door. I returned to the living room, but I couldn't concentrate on the movie anymore. I kept thinking about the noise and the whisper. I decided to go to bed early and forget about it. I turned off the TV, made sure all the doors and windows were locked, and went upstairs to my bedroom. As I lay in bed, I heard the noise again. It was coming from inside the house this time. My heart pounded in my chest. I sat up and listened. The noise was coming from the basement. I had a small basement where I kept some old boxes and tools. I rarely went down there. I knew I had to check it out. I grabbed a baseball bat from my closet and slowly walked downstairs. The noise was getting louder as I approached the basement door. I took a deep breath and opened the door. The basement was dark and cold. I switched on the light and looked around. Everything seemed normal. I was about to go back upstairs when I heard footsteps. They were coming from behind a large pile of boxes. I held the bat tightly and walked toward the boxes. My hands were shaking. As I got closer, I saw a shadow move. I stopped and called out, "Who's there?" A man stepped out from behind the boxes. He was tall and thin, with messy hair and a wild look in his eyes. He was wearing dirty clothes and had a knife in his hand. My heart felt like it was going to explode. I knew I had to get out of there. I swung the bat at him, but he dodged it. He lunged at me with the knife, but I managed to avoid it. I ran up the stairs as fast as I could, with the man right behind me. I slammed the basement door shut and locked it. I ran back to the living room and grabbed my phone from the coffee table. My hands were shaking so much that I could barely dial the number. 911, what is your emergency? The operator asked. There's a man in my house. He's trying to kill me, I shouted. Stay calm. What's your address? She asked. I gave her my address and she said help was on the way. I could still hear the man banging on the basement door. I knew I had to get out of the house before he broke through. I ran out the front door and into the street. It was dark and cold, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be safe. I ran to my neighbor's house and banged on the door. They opened it and let me in. I told them what happened, and they called the police again. We waited for what felt like hours, but it was only a few minutes. The police arrived and went into my house. They found the man in the basement, still trying to break through the door. They arrested him and took him away. The police told me the man was a wanted criminal. He had been hiding in my basement for days, waiting for the right moment to attack. I was lucky to have escaped unharmed. After that night, I couldn't sleep alone in my house. I moved in with a friend for a while until I felt safe again. The memory of that night still haunts me, but I'm grateful to be alive. I learned to always be aware of my surroundings and never take my safety for granted. It was a quiet Thursday night. I had just come home from a long day at work. My feet ached and my mind was tired. I was looking forward to relaxing on the couch and watching some TV. As I opened the door to my apartment, something felt off, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I shrugged it off and went inside. The living room was dark, and I reached for the light switch. As the light flickered on, I gasped. There, sitting on my couch, was a man. He was hunched over, staring at the floor. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt frozen in place. Who was this man? How did he get into my apartment? I took a deep breath and tried to steady my voice. Who are you? What are you doing here? I asked, my voice trembling. The man slowly lifted his head and looked at me. His eyes were dark and empty, and his face was pale. He didn't say anything, just stared at me with a blank expression. I took a step back, my mind racing. Should I run? Should I call the police? I grabbed my phone from my bag and dialed 911. As I waited for the operator to answer, the man stood up. He was tall and lanky, and his clothes were dirty and torn. He took a step towards me, and I felt my heart race even faster. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's voice came through the phone. I tried to stay calm as I explained that there was a stranger in my apartment. The operator assured me that the police were on their way and told me to stay on the line. The man continued to stare at me, not saying a word. I kept my eyes on him, afraid that if I looked away, he might do something. Minutes felt like hours as I waited for the police to arrive. Finally, I heard the sound of sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me as I knew help was on the way. The police arrived quickly and burst into the apartment. The man didn't resist as they took him into custody. I watched as they led him away, still in shock from what had just happened. One of the officers stayed behind to take my statement. I told him everything I knew, which wasn't much. I had no idea who the man was or how he had gotten into my apartment. After the police left, I sat on the couch trying to process what had just happened. I felt a mix of fear and relief. I was safe, but the thought of a stranger being in my home was terrifying. I decided to stay at a friend's house for the night, not wanting to be alone. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about the man. I called the police to see if they had any more information. The officer I spoke to told me that the man was my neighbor from down the hall. His name was Michael, and he had a history of mental illness. He had been off his medication and had wandered into my apartment by mistake. I was shocked. I had seen Michael in passing but had never spoken to him. He always seemed quiet and kept to himself. I couldn't believe that he had been in my apartment. The police assured me that Michael was now in custody and would be getting the help he needed. I tried to go back to my normal routine, but the incident had left me shaken. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Every time I came home, I checked every room to make sure no one was there. I changed the locks on my doors and installed a security system. I wanted to feel safe in my own home again. A few weeks later, I heard from the police again. They told me that Michael had been arrested and was facing charges for breaking. I felt a sense of closure, knowing that he wouldn't be able to come into my apartment again. But I also felt a pang of sadness for Michael. He was a troubled man who needed help, and I hoped that he would get it. Life slowly went back to normal, but I was more cautious. I paid more attention to my surroundings and made sure my doors were always locked. The incident had been a wake-up call, reminding me that even in a quiet neighborhood, unexpected things could happen. A few years ago, during my second year in college, something strange started happening to me. I began receiving text messages from an unknown number. At first, they seemed like secret admirer notes. They said things like, "I love the way you smile," or "You looked great in that blue dress today." I was flattered, but also a bit confused. I had no idea who could be sending these messages. As the days passed, the messages became more intense. They started asking personal questions. "What did you have for breakfast?" one read. Another asked, "Are you going to the library today?" It was strange and a little creepy. The messages also began including weird photos. Some were pictures of me walking on campus, and others were of places I visited. The person sending the texts seemed to know everything about my daily routine. I decided to play detective. I wanted to figure out who was sending these messages without revealing myself. I started paying closer attention to the people around me. I watched for anyone who seemed to be watching me too closely or following me. I also started keeping track of when and where I received the messages, hoping to find a pattern. One evening, as I was studying in my apartment, I received a message that made my blood run cold. It said, "I like your apartment. Number 307, right?" I froze. How did this person know my exact apartment number? My apartment was supposed to be my safe place, and now it felt invaded. Scared and unsure of what to do, I decided to stay with my friend Clara for a few days. Clara was supportive and understanding. She let me crash at her place and even helped me try to figure out who the stalker could be. Despite our efforts, we couldn't identify anyone specific. The messages continued for a few more days, then suddenly stopped. For months, I heard nothing from the unknown number. Life slowly returned to normal, and I began to feel safe again. But just when I thought it was over, the messages started again. This time, they were even more disturbing. The unknown number began calling me, but whenever I answered, no one spoke on the other end. The silence was haunting. Then the messages got creepier. They included detailed descriptions of what I was wearing, where I had been, and who I was with. It was clear the stalker was still watching me closely. I became paranoid. I kept my curtains closed, always checked my surroundings, and avoided being alone. I didn't want to live in fear, but I didn't know how to stop it. I felt like a prisoner in my own life. Every time my phone buzzed, my heart would race, and I would be filled with dread. One day, while I was in the campus coffee shop, I got another message. This one said, "Nice coffee choice. You always order a latte." I looked around the shop, trying to spot anyone suspicious. Then I saw him. Jake was a fellow student I knew casually. We had a few classes together, but we were not close. He was sitting a few tables away, staring at me. When our eyes met, he quickly looked away, but I knew it was him. Feeling both terrified and angry, I decided it was time to take action. I gathered all the messages, photos, and call logs and went to the campus security office. I reported everything and told them about Jake. They listened to my story and took notes, but didn't seem to take it seriously. They said they would look into it, but didn't promise any immediate action. Despite the lack of a serious response from the school, something changed after I reported Jake. The messages and calls stopped. Jake seemed to avoid me on campus, and I rarely saw him after that. It was as if he had been warned or scared off by my report. Even though the stalking stopped, the experience left a mark on me. I became more cautious and aware of my surroundings. It took a long time to shake off the feeling of being watched. I learned the importance of speaking up and seeking help, even when it feels like no one is listening. Looking back, I'm grateful that things eventually quieted down, but it was a scary experience that I'll never forget. It was a stormy night when my family and I arrived at the Airbnb. The wind howled and rain lashed against the windows. My wife, Sarah, and our two children, Emily and Jack, were excited for a quiet weekend away from the city. We hoped for a cozy retreat, but the weather seemed determined to make it anything but relaxing. The house was old, creaky, and full of charm. It stood at the edge of a dense forest, and the owner had assured us it was a perfect place to unwind. We settled in quickly, lighting the fireplace and enjoying a warm meal together. The storm outside grew fiercer, but inside, the crackling fire provided comfort. After dinner, we decided to watch a movie. The thunder roared outside, occasionally drowning out the dialogue. Emily and Jack snuggled close to us on the couch, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. The rain pounded on the roof, a relentless rhythm that seemed to echo the suspenseful music of the film. As the movie ended, we decided it was time for bed. Sarah and I tucked the kids into their shared room, kissing them goodnight and reassuring them that the storm was nothing to worry about. We headed to our room, and soon the house was silent except for the storm outside. I lay in bed, listening to the wind screaming through the trees and the rain hammering against the windows. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, a loud knock echoed through the house. I sat up, heart pounding. Sarah woke up too, her eyes wide with confusion. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, listening intently. Another knock came, louder this time. I threw on my robe and slippers, my mind racing. Who could be knocking at this hour in such a storm? I walked to the front door, my footsteps echoing in the silent house. The door was old and heavy, and as I opened it, the wind blew in, chilling me to the bone. No one was there. I peered into the darkness, the rain making it hard to see. The porch was empty, and the forest beyond was a black void. I closed the door, locking it securely. Returning to bed, I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, or maybe a branch knocking against the house. But as I lay down, the knocking started again. This time it was followed by the sound of footsteps upstairs. My heart raced, and I jumped out of bed. Sarah looked at me, fear etched on her face. "Go check on the kids," she urged. I hurried up the stairs, my mind filled with dread. The footsteps seemed to follow me, a heavy, deliberate sound. When I reached the kids' room, I found Emily and Jack sitting up in their beds, their faces pale. "Daddy, there's a man outside our window," Jack whispered, his voice trembling. My blood ran cold. I approached the window, my hands shaking. I pulled back the curtain, and my heart nearly stopped. There, illuminated by a flash of lightning, stood a tall, shadowy figure. His face was obscured, but I could feel his eyes on me. I quickly closed the curtain, trying to keep my composure. "It's just the storm playing tricks," I told the kids. But even I didn't believe my own words. I tucked them back in, promising to stay with them until they fell asleep. I sat in the chair by the window, my eyes fixed on the curtain. Every gust of wind, every creak of the house made my heart race. Time seemed to stretch, each minute feeling like an hour. Finally, the kids fell asleep, their breathing even and calm. I quietly left their room, making my way back to ours. Sarah was waiting, her eyes wide with worry. I told her what the kids had said, and we decided to check all the doors and windows again. Everything was locked, but the uneasy feeling lingered. We tried to sleep, but the storm and the fear kept us awake. The knocking started again, softer this time, like a gentle tap. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. We held each other, hoping the morning would come soon. The night dragged on, and finally the storm began to subside. The knocking stopped, and the house fell silent. Exhausted, we drifted into a fitful sleep. Morning brought a sense of relief, though the memory of the night still haunted us. We decided to cut our trip short and head back home. As we packed our things, I noticed something odd by the front door. There, etched into the wood, were deep scratches, as if someone had clawed at it during the night. We left the Airbnb, not looking back. The drive home was quiet, each of us lost in our thoughts. The storm had passed, but the fear remained. We never spoke about that night again, but the memory stayed with us, a shadow that followed us wherever we went. Even now, on stormy nights, I sometimes think I hear knocking. I try to tell myself it's just the wind, but deep down, I know better. Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. Once, I worked at a gas station near my home. It was a small, quiet place with only a few customers each day. I always walked to work because it was close, and I enjoyed the fresh air and the peaceful morning walk. One day, an older man in his 70s started coming into the gas station. He was tall and thin, with a wrinkled face and gray hair. He wore old, worn-out clothes and a hat that looked like it had seen better days. He never bought much, just a newspaper or a bottle of water. But what made me uncomfortable was the way he stared at me. His eyes were always on me, watching my every move. At first, I tried to ignore it. Maybe he was just a lonely old man who didn't have much else to do. But as the days went by, his staring became more intense. He never smiled or said much, just looked at me with those cold, empty eyes. One evening, I was closing up the gas station. The sun had already set, and it was getting dark. The old man came in, as usual, but this time he walked up to the counter. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "I noticed you stopped walking to work." His words sent a chill down my spine. How did he know? I hadn't told anyone about my walk to work. I didn't even know his name. I managed to smile weakly and said, "Yes, I did." He nodded slowly and left the store without another word. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what he said. How long had he been watching me? Was he following me? The next morning, I decided to buy a car. I went to the nearest dealership and got the first car I could afford. It was an old beat-up sedan, but I didn't care. I just wanted to feel safe. From that day on, I drove to work. For a while, everything seemed normal. The old man still came into the gas station, but he didn't say anything else to me. I tried to put the incident out of my mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was always watching. One night, about a week later, I was driving home from work. It was late, and the roads were empty. As I turned onto a dark, narrow street, I saw headlights in my rearview mirror. A car was following me. I tried to stay calm, but my heart was racing. I took a few random turns, hoping to lose the car, but it stayed right behind me. I finally pulled into a well-lit parking lot and watched as the car drove past. It was the old man's car. I was sure of it. Terrified, I called the police. They came and took my statement, but said there wasn't much they could do without more evidence. They advised me to be careful and keep an eye out for anything suspicious. The next few days were a blur of fear and anxiety. I barely slept, constantly looking over my shoulder. The old man continued to come into the gas station, but he never said anything. He just watched me with those cold, empty eyes. One evening, as I was closing up, I heard a noise outside. I peeked out the window and saw the old man standing by my car. He was just standing there, staring at it. I didn't know what to do. My heart was pounding, and my hands were shaking. I called the police again, and they arrived quickly. They found the old man still standing by my car. They questioned him, but he denied everything. He said he was just out for a walk. They had no choice but to let him go. After that night, I decided to quit my job at the gas station. It wasn't worth the fear and anxiety. I found a new job in a different part of town and moved to a new apartment. I hoped that would be the end of it. For a while, things were better. I didn't see the old man again, and I started to feel safe. But the memory of his cold, empty eyes haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, watching me. I had always loved the idea of camping alone in the woods. The thought of escaping from the city, leaving behind the noise, and being surrounded by nature was something I had dreamed about for years. Finally, I decided to make it happen. I packed my backpack with all the essentials: a tent, a sleeping bag of food, a flashlight, and a few other items. I chose a remote area in the woods far from any roads or towns. I wanted to be completely alone. The first day was wonderful. The weather was perfect. The sun shone brightly through the trees, casting long shadows on the forest floor. I set up my tent near a small stream. The sound of the water flowing over the rocks was soothing. I spent the day exploring the area, taking pictures of the wildlife, and enjoying the peace. As the sun set, I made a small fire and cooked myself a simple dinner. The sky turned orange and pink as the day. I felt a deep sense of contentment as I sat by the fire, listening to the sounds of the forest. The chirping of the crickets, the rustling of the leaves, and the occasional hoot of an owl all combined to create a beautiful symphony of nature. After a while, I decided to go to bed. I put out the fire, crawled into my tent, and zipped up the sleeping bag. The forest was dark and quiet now, and I felt a slight chill in the air. I closed my eyes, feeling happy and relaxed. I didn't know how long I had been asleep when I heard it. A strange noise, unlike anything I had ever heard before. It was a low, growling sound coming from somewhere outside my tent. My heart started to race. I lay still, listening, trying to convince myself that it was just an animal passing by. But the noise continued, growing louder and closer. I reached for my flashlight and turned it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the inside of my tent. The growling stopped for a moment, but then I heard a rustling sound. I took a deep breath and unzipped the tent just a little, peeking out into the night. The forest looked different in the darkness. The trees, which had seemed so welcoming during the day, now appeared tall and menacing. I swept the flashlight beam around, trying to see what was making the noise. At first, I saw nothing. Then, in the distance, I caught a glimpse of something. Two glowing eyes stared back at me. My blood ran cold. The eyes were large and unblinking, reflecting the light of my flashlight. They were too high off the ground to belong to any animal I knew. I tried to tell myself it was just a deer or maybe an owl, but deep down, I knew it was something else, something unnatural. I quickly zipped the tent back up and sat in the darkness, clutching the flashlight. My mind raced with thoughts of what those eyes could belong to. I had heard stories of strange creatures living in the woods, but I had always dismissed them as just that, stories. The growling started again, this time much closer. It sounded angry, almost like it was directed at me. I could hear footsteps now, slow and deliberate, crunching the leaves and twigs on the forest floor. I held my breath, hoping that whatever it was would go away, but it didn't. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. I could see the shadow of something large moving in the moonlight. The growling grew louder, filling my ears with its menacing sound. I felt a wave of terror wash over me, and I knew I had to do something. I grabbed my backpack and my flashlight and slowly unzipped the tent. I peeked out again, my heart pounding. The glowing eyes were gone, but I could still hear the growling. It seemed to be circling me as if trying to find a way in. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the tent. The night air was cold and still. The forest was eerily quiet, except for the growling. I shone the flashlight around, but I couldn't see anything. I grabbed my backpack and started to walk quickly through the woods, trying to put as much distance between myself and whatever was out there. The growling followed me, growing louder and more intense. I broke into a run, stumbling over roots and rocks in the darkness. I didn't know where I was going, but I just needed to get away. My flashlight flickered and went out, leaving me in complete darkness. Panic set in. I could hear the footsteps behind me, getting closer and closer. I pushed myself to run faster, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could feel the presence of something behind me, its hot breath on my neck. I dared not look back. Suddenly, I tripped over something and fell to the ground. I scrambled to my feet, but it was too late. The growling was right next to me now. I could feel the ground shaking as something huge and heavy moved towards me. I closed my eyes, but then just as suddenly as it had started, the growling stopped. The footsteps faded away, and the forest was silent once more. I opened my eyes and looked around. There was nothing there. The night was calm and still, as if nothing had happened. I didn't wait to find out what had scared it away. I picked myself up and continued to run, not stopping until I reached the edge of the forest. The first light of dawn was breaking as I stumbled out of the woods and onto a road. I flagged down a passing car and collapsed into the back seat, exhausted and terrified. I never found out what those eyes belonged to, or what was making that terrible growling noise. But I know one thing for sure: I will never go camping alone in the woods again. The forest, once a place of peace and beauty, had become a place of nightmares. One night when I was in my new apartment, something scary happened. It was my first place on my own, and I was excited. I had moved in a few weeks earlier, and everything was still new and different. I spent the evening unpacking boxes and arranging my things. I was feeling proud of how cozy my apartment was becoming. My boyfriend Tom was supposed to come over later that night. We planned to watch a movie and have dinner together. I was looking forward to it. As I waited for him, I turned on the TV and relaxed on the couch. It was a quiet night, and I felt peaceful. Around 9 p.m., I heard a noise at the front door. It sounded like someone trying to unlock it. I thought it was Tom arriving early. I smiled and got up to greet him. But when I opened the door, no one was there. I thought maybe I imagined the noise or that Tom was playing a joke on me. I closed the door and went back to the couch. A few minutes later, I heard the noise. This time, it was louder and more persistent. It sounded like someone was trying to force the door open. My heart started to race. I realized it might not be Tom. I went to the door and looked through the peephole. What I saw made me gasp. An old man was standing there. He was fiddling with the doorknob, trying to open the door. His face was wrinkled and he looked confused and determined. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to open the door, but I also didn't want to make any noise that would alert him to my presence. I quietly backed away from the door and went to my bedroom. I grabbed my phone and called Tom. I whispered into the phone, telling him someone was trying to break into my apartment. He told me to hang up and call the police immediately. I did what he said, my hands shaking as I dialed 911. The dispatcher was calm and reassuring. She told me to lock myself in a room and stay on the line until the police arrived. I went to the bathroom, locked the door, and sat on the floor. I could still hear the old man at the front door. He was talking to himself, mumbling words I couldn't make out. The minutes felt like hours as I waited for the police. I kept thinking about what would happen if the man managed to get in. I tried to stay calm, but it was hard. My mind raced with fear and uncertainty. Finally, I heard sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me as the sound got closer. The dispatcher told me the police were almost there and to stay where I was. A few moments later, I heard a loud knocking at my front door. This time, it was the police. They shouted, telling the old man to step away from the door. I heard the old man protest, his voice shaky and confused. He kept saying the apartment was his and that he wanted to go home. The police talked to him for a while, and then everything went quiet. The dispatcher told me it was safe to come out now. I unlocked the bathroom door. When I opened the front door, I saw 2 police officers standing with the old man. He looked even more confused up close. One of the officers explained that the old man used to live in this apartment. He had moved out years ago, but tonight he got confused and thought it was still his home. He didn't mean any harm. He just wanted to go back to what he remembered. The officers took him away, assuring me that he would be taken care of and that I was safe. They asked if I wanted to file a report, but I was too shaken to think about it. I thanked them and closed the door, feeling a mix of relief and lingering fear. That night, Tom came over and stayed with me. We didn't watch a movie or have dinner. Instead, we talked about what happened and how scary it was. He held me as I tried to calm down. I felt grateful he was there, but the fear didn't completely go away. Even now, months later, I get nervous when I hear unexpected knocks at my door. I know the old man didn't mean to scare me, but it was a reminder that unexpected things can happen at any time. Living alone can be wonderful, but it also comes with challenges and fears. I learned to be more cautious and to always trust my instincts. That night in my new apartment changed how I see the world, making me more aware and careful of my surroundings. I work as a night shift security guard near an abandoned building. Every night, I sit in my small guard booth and watch over the empty, dark structure. The building used to be a hospital, but it closed down many years ago. People say it's haunted, but I never believed in ghosts, until now. It was a cold night in October. The wind was blowing hard, making eerie sounds as it passed through the broken windows of the old hospital. I was alone as usual, with only my flashlight and a small heater to keep me company. The night started like any other. I made my rounds, checking the gates and the doors to make sure everything was locked. The building looked even more creepy in the moonlight, with shadows dancing on the walls. Around midnight, I returned to my booth. I poured myself a cup of coffee and tried to stay awake. That's when I heard it, a soft, echoing sound coming from the building. It sounded like a faint cry for help. I grabbed my flashlight and went outside. The wind was howling, and the trees around the hospital swayed back and forth. I thought it might be an animal, but the sound was too human. As I walked closer to the building, the sound grew louder. My heart started to race, but I had to check it out. I pushed open the old, rusty door and stepped inside. The smell of dust and mold filled the air. The hospital was pitch black, and the only light came from my flashlight. I could hear my footsteps echoing through the empty halls. I followed the sound, which led me to the old emergency room. The door was slightly open, and I could see something moving inside. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open with my flashlight. The room was empty, except for an old hospital bed in the corner. The bed was covered in dirty sheets, and something was moving under them. I slowly walked toward the bed, my hands shaking. I reached out and pulled back the sheets. There was nothing there. I let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. But then, I heard the sound again, this time right behind me. I spun around, shining my flashlight everywhere, but I couldn't see anything. The room was cold, and I could see my breath in the air. I decided to leave the hospital and go back to my booth. As I walked through the dark halls, I felt like someone was watching me. I kept looking over my shoulder, but there was no one there. I finally made it back outside and locked the door behind me. I felt a little safer in the open air, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. Back in my booth, I tried to calm down. I told myself it was just my imagination. The wind was making strange sounds, and the old building was full of echoes. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I spent the rest of the night sitting in my booth, clutching my flashlight. Every little noise made me jump. The wind, the trees, and even the sound of my breathing seemed louder and more menacing. I kept looking at the hospital, expecting to see something move in the windows, but nothing happened. The next night, I almost didn't want to go to work. But I needed the money, and I told myself that I was being silly. There were no such things as ghosts. Still, I couldn't forget the sound I heard or the feeling of being watched. As soon as I arrived at work, I checked the building. Everything was locked up tight, just like I left it. I made my rounds, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread. The night was quieter than usual, and the wind had died down. It almost felt peaceful, but I knew better. Around midnight, the sound started again. This time, it was louder and more desperate. It was the same cry for help, echoing through the empty halls. I didn't want to go back inside, but I had to. It was my job. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the building. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The air was cold and still. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. It led me to the same emergency room as before. The door was open, and the bed was in the same place. But this time, I could see something lying on it. I walked slowly, shining my flashlight on the bed. There was a figure under the sheets, moving slightly. I reached out and pulled back the sheets, my hands shaking. There, lying on the bed, was a young girl. She looked up at me with wide, frightened eyes. "Help me," she whispered. I jumped back, my heart racing. The girl looked so real, but I knew she couldn't be. There was no way someone could be in the building. I tried to speak, but no words came out. The girl sat up, reaching out to me. "Please help me," she said again. I turned and ran. I didn't stop until I was outside, gasping for breath. I looked back at the building, expecting to see the girl following me, but there was nothing. The hospital stood silent and dark, just like before. I didn't go back inside that night. I stayed in my booth, trying to make sense of what I saw. The girl's face haunted me, and her voice echoed in my mind. I knew I couldn't keep working there, but I needed the job. The next night, I arrived at work with a plan. I brought a camera with me, hoping to capture proof of what I saw. If I could show someone, maybe they would believe me. I made my rounds quickly, feeling more nervous than ever. Around midnight, the sound started again. I grabbed my camera and headed toward the building. The door opened with a loud creak, and I stepped inside. The halls were dark and cold, but I followed the sound to the emergency room. The bed was there, and so was the girl. She looked up at me with the same frightened eyes. "Help me," she whispered. I raised my camera and took a picture. The flash lit up the room, and for a moment, I thought I saw something else behind the girl. I took another picture, my hands shaking. The girl reached out to me, and I backed away. "Please help me," she said again. I turned and ran, not stopping until I was outside. I looked at the pictures on my camera, but they were just empty shots of the room. The girl wasn't in any of them. I knew I couldn't keep working there. The building was haunted, and I couldn't stay. I quit my job the next day. I couldn't explain what I saw, and I didn't want to go back. The girl's face and voice still haunt me. I don't know who she was or what happened to her, but I'll never forget that night. The abandoned hospital still stands, silent and dark, a reminder of the things we can't explain. Years ago, I was an archaeologist working with my boss, Dr. Collins. We were in a deep, dark forest doing research. The forest was old, with tall trees that seemed to touch the sky. Their thick branches blocked out the sunlight, making the place feel eerie and cold. We had been there for days, searching for ancient artifacts and studying the land. Every morning, we would pack our bags with tools and food and set off into the woods. The forest was quiet, with only the sound of birds and the rustling of leaves. It was peaceful, but something about it made me uneasy. One day, we decided to explore a part of the forest we hadn't been to before. It was further from our camp and deeper into the wilderness. The trees in this part were even older and thicker, and the air felt heavy. We walked for hours, marking our path and taking notes. As the sun began to set, we found a small clearing. It seemed like a good place to rest and have some food. We sat down and unpacked our lunch. The silence of the forest was almost complete, broken only by the occasional chirp of a bird or the rustle of a small animal in the underbrush. Then suddenly we heard a sound. It was a strange noise, low and deep, like nothing I had ever heard before. It wasn't loud, but it was powerful. The sound seemed to vibrate through the air, and I felt pressure on my chest like something was pushing down on me. Dr. Collins looked at me, his eyes wide with surprise and fear. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice shaking. I nodded, unable to speak. The sound came again, this time closer and louder. It felt like the air around us was alive and pressing in on us. My skin crawled, and I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. We stood up, looking around, trying to see where the sound was coming from. The forest, which had seemed so quiet and still, now felt threatening and alive. The trees loomed over us, and the shadows seemed to move and shift. "Let's get out of here, Doc," Collins said, his voice firm. He didn't need to tell me twice. We packed up our things quickly and started to walk back the way we had come. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful, now felt like it was closing in on us. As we walked, the sound followed us. The womb noise came again and again, each time closer and more intense. It felt like it was inside my head, making it hard to think. My heart was pounding, and I could see that Dr. Collins was just as scared as I was. We hurried through the forest, our footsteps quick and unsteady. The path we had marked seemed to twist and turn, and I wasn't sure we were going the right way. The trees all looked the same, and the shadows were growing longer. Then suddenly the sound stopped. The forest was silent again, but it was a heavy, oppressive silence. We stopped, looking around, unsure of what to do. My whole body was tense, and I felt like something was watching us. "Keep moving," Dr. Collins said, his voice low. "We need to get back to camp." We continued walking, our pace quick and nervous. The sun was setting, and the forest was getting darker. The shadows seemed to grow and stretch, and I felt like they were reaching out to grab us. Finally, after what felt like hours, we saw the light of our campfire in the distance. Relief washed over me, and we hurried towards it. We stumbled into the camp, exhausted and scared. That night, we sat by the fire, trying to make sense of what had happened. We talked about the sound, the strange noise that had followed us through the forest. We couldn't explain it, and the more we thought about it, the more frightening it became. The next day, we packed up and left the forest. We finished our research early and went back to the university. We never spoke about that day again, but I know we both thought about it often. The memory of that strange sound and the feeling of pressure in the forest stayed with me. Even now, years later, when I think about that day, I feel a chill run down my spine. The forest, with its tall, ancient trees and deep shadows, is a place I will never forget. The womb sound, the feeling of being watched, and the fear that gripped me are memories that still haunt me. I don't know what we heard that day or what caused the sound. Maybe it was something natural, an echo in the trees or a trick of the wind. Or maybe it was something else, something ancient and unknown. Whatever it was real, and it was terrifying. That day in the forest changed me. It made me realize that there are things in this world that we don't understand, things that can frighten us and make us feel small and helpless. Once I was alone in my living room watching TV. It was a quiet night, and I had the house to myself. I like the feeling of being alone sometimes. It was peaceful. I was watching my favorite show and eating popcorn. The lights were dim, and everything seemed calm. Suddenly, I heard a noise behind me. I turned around, but no one was there. I thought maybe it was the wind or the house settling. I went back to watching TV, trying to ignore the strange sound. But then, the door behind me closed with a loud bang. I jumped up, my heart pounding in my chest. I rushed to the door and tried to open it, but it was locked. I didn't remember locking it. Panic started to rise in me. I turned back to the TV, but I couldn't focus anymore. My eyes kept darting around the room, looking for any signs of danger. I felt like I was being watched. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was just my imagination. But then I saw him. A man was standing in the shadows of the room. He was tall and had a menacing look in his eyes. He held a knife in his hand. The light from the TV flickered, casting eerie shadows on his face. I froze, my mind racing. How did he get in? What did he want? The man took a step towards me. I backed up until I was pressed against the locked door. There was nowhere to run. My heart was beating so fast I thought it might explode. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The man just smiled, a cold, cruel smile that sent shivers down my spine. He didn't say anything. He just kept walking towards me slowly, deliberately. I had to think of something, anything, to get out of this situation. My eyes darted around the room, looking for a weapon, a way out, anything that could help me. But there was nothing. The man was getting closer. I could see the glint of the knife in his hand. I knew I had to do something, or I wouldn't survive. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a lamp from the table beside me, and swung it at him with all my strength. The lamp shattered, and the man stumbled back, surprised but not hurt. He looked at me with anger in his eyes now. He raised the knife, and I knew I was in real trouble. Just then, I heard sirens in the distance. They were getting closer. The man looked towards the window, distracted for a moment. I used that moment to run. I ran towards the other side of the room, hoping to find a way out. The sirens were getting louder. The man seemed to realize he was running out of time. He came at me with the knife, but I managed to dodge him. I grabbed a chair and threw it at him, anything to keep him away from me. The chair hit him, and he fell to the ground. I ran to the window and screamed for help. The police car pulled up just in time. The officers rushed in and saw the man with the knife. They shouted at him to drop the weapon. The man hesitated, then dropped the knife. The officers tackled him to the ground and put him in handcuffs. I collapsed on the floor, shaking with fear and relief. The police helped me up and took my statement. They told me I was lucky to be alive. They said the man had been breaking into houses in the area and attacking people. I was just his latest victim. The police took the man away, and I was left alone in my house again. But this time, it didn't feel peaceful. I felt scared and vulnerable. I kept thinking about how close I had come to getting hurt, or worse. I couldn't stop shaking. I called a friend to come over and stay with me. I didn't want to be alone anymore. I realized how important it is to have people around, to feel safe. My friend stayed with me that night, and I finally managed to get some sleep. The next day, I changed all the locks in my house. I got a security system installed, and I made sure all the windows and doors were secure. I didn't want to take any chances. I wanted to feel safe in my own home again. It took a long time for me to feel normal again. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that man with the knife. But with time, I started to feel safe again. I realized that I had been lucky to survive, and I wasn't going to take my safety for granted anymore. Now, whenever I'm alone in the house, I make sure everything is locked and secure. I still like the feeling of being alone sometimes, but I make sure I'm safe. I never want to go through something like that again. It's a memory that will always stay with me, a reminder of how quickly things can change and how important it is to be prepared and aware of your surroundings. I was driving home late at night after a long work conference. The highway was empty, surrounded by dense forest on either side. I was tired, but I kept my eyes on the road, hoping to get home soon. The trees seemed to close in, their branches reaching out like long, dark fingers. It was a lonely stretch of highway with no cell service. The only light came from my headlights, cutting through the darkness. I hadn't seen another car for miles. The silence was eerie, broken only by the hum of my engine and the occasional rustling of leaves. Suddenly, I noticed an old beat-up truck in my rearview mirror. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe it was just another late-night traveler. But as I kept driving, I realized the truck was following me. No matter how fast I went or which turns I took, the truck stayed right behind me. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road ahead, but the driver of the truck began flashing his headlights and honking the horn. Panic set in. My heart raced, and my palms grew sweaty on the steering wheel. I didn't know what to do. I spotted a rest stop up ahead and decided to pull over, hoping to lose the truck. As I pulled in, the truck followed me, its headlights glaring in my rearview mirror. I parked my car and sat there, trying to calm down. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But when I looked again, I saw the driver of the truck sitting behind the wheel, staring at me. He didn't get out. He just sat there watching. My heart pounded in my chest. I couldn't stay here. I had to get away. I started my car and pulled back onto the highway, hoping to outrun the truck. But as I drove off, I noticed something strange. There was something in the back of the truck, something moving. It looked like it was trying to get out. The truck sped up, closing the distance between us. I pushed my car to its limits, the engine roaring as I sped down the dark highway. The truck's headlights were blinding, and the driver kept honking the horn. I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw a figure in the back of the truck, thrashing against the sides. Fear gripped me. I had no idea what was in the back of that truck, but I knew I didn't want to find out. I had to escape. I needed to think of something, and fast. I remembered a small town not too far from here. If I could make it there, maybe I could find help. I took the next exit, hoping the truck would give up and leave me alone. But it followed me off the highway, its headlights cutting through the darkness. I drove through winding roads, the dense forest pressing in on both sides. The truck stayed right behind me, the driver relentless. I could see the figure in the back, still trying to get out. It looked like a person, but something was off. The way it moved, the way it thrashed against the truck's walls, it was unnatural. I spotted a gas station up ahead. Its lights were a beacon in the darkness. I pulled in, hoping the truck would keep going. But it didn't. The truck pulled in right behind me, blocking the only exit. I jumped out of my car and ran inside the gas station. The clerk looked up, surprised to see someone at this hour. I tried to explain what was happening, but my words came out in a frantic rush. I pointed to the truck outside, begging the clerk to call the police. He picked up the phone, but there was no dial tone. The lines were dead. Panic surged through me. I was trapped. The truck's driver got out and started walking towards the gas station. He was tall and burly, with a menacing look in his eyes. I looked around, searching for a way out. The back door, I ran towards it, pushing it open and stumbling into the darkness. The forest loomed around me, but I didn't have a choice. I had to keep moving. I heard footsteps behind me, heavy and fast. The driver was following me. I pushed through the underbrush, branches scratching at my arms and face. The forest was a maze, and I was lost. But I couldn't stop. I had to get away. I tripped over a root and fell, my knees hitting the ground hard. I scrambled to my feet, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear the driver calling out, his voice cold and taunting. I saw a small cabin up ahead, its windows dark. I ran towards it, praying it wasn't abandoned. I reached the door and pounded on it, hoping someone was inside. But there was no answer. I tried the door, and to my relief, it was unlocked. I slipped inside, closing the door behind me as quietly as I could. The cabin was dark and empty, but it felt safe. I heard the driver's footsteps outside, circling the cabin. He tried the door, but it held. I held my breath, hoping he would give up and leave. But then I heard something else, the sound of something scraping against the walls. I peeked out the window and saw the figure from the truck, now outside the cabin. It was a man, but his movements were jerky and unnatural. His eyes were wild and his mouth hung open in a silent scream. He looked like he was in pain, like he was fighting against something inside him. The driver called out to him, and the man turned towards the sound. He stumbled towards the driver, his movements erratic. I watched in horror as the driver grabbed the man and forced him back towards the truck. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I slipped out the back door and ran, the forest closing in around me. I didn't stop until I saw the lights of a small town in the distance. I stumbled into the nearest building, a diner, and collapsed inside. The people there looked at me with concern, but I couldn't explain what had happened. All I could think about was the truck, the driver, and the man in the back. I was safe now, but I knew I would never forget that night on the desolate highway. Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. Last summer, I decided to take a night drive. It was a warm evening, and I wanted to clear my head. The open road always made me feel better, especially with the windows down and the cool breeze on my face. I grabbed my car keys and left my house around 10 p.m. The streets were quiet, and the only sounds were the hum of my engine and the chirping of crickets. As I drove through the city, I felt a sense of peace. The streetlights cast long shadows, and the buildings looked different at night. I decided to head out of the city and take the country roads. These roads were darker, with fewer lights and more trees. I liked the feeling of being alone on these roads. It was like the world belonged to me. I turned onto a narrow road that I had never taken before. The trees on either side formed a canopy above me, blocking out most of the moonlight. My headlights were the only source of light. The road was winding, and I had to drive slow. After a while, I saw a car pulled over on the side of the road. Its hazard lights were blinking. I slowed down as I got closer. A man stood next to the car, waving at me. He looked worried and in need of help. I rolled down my window as I stopped next to him. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked. "My car broke down. Can you give me a ride to the nearest gas station?" he replied. I hesitated for a moment. It was late and I didn't know this man, but he seemed genuinely distressed. I decided to help him. "Sure, hop in," I said. The man got into the passenger seat. He was tall and wore a dark jacket. His face was hard to see in the dim light of the car. As we drove, I tried to make small talk, but he didn't say much. He just gave me directions to the gas station. After a few minutes, we reached a small gas station that looked like it hadn't been used in years. It was old and run down, with a single pump and a small building. The lights were off, and there was no one around. "This place looks abandoned," I said, feeling uneasy. "Just stop here," the man replied. I parked the car and looked at him. His face was now visible in the light from the dashboard. He had a stern expression, and something about him made me nervous. "Thanks for the ride," he said, reaching into his jacket. Suddenly, he pulled out a knife. My heart raced and I froze. "Give me your wallet and phone," he demanded. My hands trembled as I handed them over. I couldn't believe this was happening. He took my wallet and phone and then looked at me with cold eyes. "Get out of the car," he ordered. I slowly opened the door and stepped out. The night air was cool, but I was sweating. The man got out as well and walked around to the driver's side. "Don't move," he warned. I watched as my car drove away, leaving me alone in the dark. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. I was miles away from home with no phone and no car. I looked around and saw a payphone near the gas station building. I walked over to it, hoping it still worked. I picked up the receiver and was relieved to hear a dial tone. I called the police and told them what had happened. They said they would send someone to pick me up. While I waited, I couldn't shake the feeling of fear and helplessness. The gas station was eerily quiet, and I felt exposed. Every rustle of leaves or distant sound made me jump. I kept looking around, expecting the man to come back. After what felt like an eternity, I saw the flashing lights of a police car. 2 officers got out and approached me. I told them everything from picking up the man to the robbery. "We'll do our best to find him and your car," one of the officers said. They drove me to the nearest police station, where I gave a full statement. I was still in shock, but I felt a bit safer now that I was with the police. They let me use the phone to call a friend who came to pick me up. The drive home was quiet. My friend tried to comfort me, but I could barely speak. I kept replaying the events in my mind, wondering if there was something I could have done differently. That night changed me. I used to love night drives, but now they filled me with fear. I learned to be more cautious and trust my instincts. It was a harsh lesson, but it made me stronger. I never saw the man again, and the police never found my car. But I was grateful to be safe, and that was what mattered most. From then on, I made sure to stick to familiar roads and never pick up strangers. The world felt a bit darker, but I knew I could face it with a bit more wisdom and caution. A few years ago, I was a truck driver. My job was to deliver goods across the country. I liked driving at night because there were fewer cars on the road and it felt peaceful. One night, I had to make an urgent delivery. The road took me through a small, sleepy town with a dark past. The town was quiet and eerie, with old houses and dim streetlights. As I drove through the town, I saw a young woman on the side of the road, hitchhiking. She had long, dark hair and wore a white dress. Despite my better judgment, I decided to give her a ride. I slowed down and stopped the truck. She got in and thanked me with a soft voice. She said she was trying to get home to see her family. At first, everything seemed normal. We talked a little as we drove. She told me about her family and how she missed them. But as the drive continued, I began to notice strange things. The temperature in the truck started to drop. I turned up the heater, but it didn't help. The radio began to act up, switching stations on its own and playing static. The women's stories didn't quite add up either. She said she lived in the town, but she couldn't tell me where her house was. When I asked her more questions, she became agitated. Her voice grew sharper and her eyes looked wild. Suddenly, without warning, she disappeared from the passenger seat. One moment she was there and the next she was gone. I was left alone, confused and scared. I pulled the truck over to the side of the road and looked around. There was no sign of her anywhere. My heart was pounding and I felt a chill run down my spine. I decided to keep driving and get out of the town as fast as I could. As I drove, I kept seeing her in my rearview mirror. At first, she was standing by the side of the road. Then she was in the middle of the road, staring at me with those wild eyes. I swerved to avoid hitting her, but when I looked back, she was gone. My hands were shaking, and I could hardly keep my eyes on the road. Then she appeared right next to me in the truck again. She was sitting in the passenger seat, just like before. Her face was pale and her eyes looked empty. I was terrified. I tried to focus on the road and ignore her, but it was impossible. She was there and she wasn't going away. I remembered hearing stories about this town. People said it was haunted. They talked about a tragic accident that happened years ago. A young woman had been hitchhiking on this very road, trying to get home to see her family. But she never made it. She was hit by a car and died on the spot. They said her spirit still roamed the road, trying to find her way home. I realized then that the woman in my truck was her. She was the ghost of that young woman. I felt a mix of fear and sadness. She was lost and trying to find her way home. I wanted to help her, but I didn't know how. Suddenly she spoke. Her voice was soft and sad. She told me she wanted to go home. I asked her where her home was, but she didn't answer. She just looked at me with those empty eyes. I knew I had to do something. I decided to keep driving and hoped that I could help her find peace. As I drove, the temperature in the truck dropped even more. I could see my breath in the air. The radio continued to play static. The road seemed to stretch on forever, and the darkness felt suffocating. But I kept going, hoping that I was doing the right thing. Finally, I saw a sign for a small cemetery on the side of the road. I pulled over and stopped the truck. I looked at the woman and told her that we were there. She nodded and smiled for the first time. She thanked me and got out of the truck. I watched as she walked towards the cemetery. She looked back at me one last time and then disappeared into the darkness. The temperature in the truck began to rise, and the radio went back to normal. I felt a sense of relief, but also a deep sadness. I hoped that she had found peace. I continued my drive and made my delivery, but I never forgot that night. The memory of that young woman stayed with me. I knew that I had encountered something supernatural, something beyond this world. It was a reminder that there are things out there that we can't explain, things that are beyond our understanding. Whenever I drive through a small, sleepy town, I think of her. I hope that she finally found her way home and that her spirit is at peace. The road can be a lonely place, but sometimes it holds secrets that we can only begin to imagine. Working at a gas station for the last 2 years, I've seen all kinds of people come through. Some were just passing by, filling up their tanks before they disappeared down the highway. Others, regulars, who stopped in often enough that I got to know their stories. But most were strangers, gone as quickly as they came. My shift usually ran from 4 p.m. to midnight, and while it could be boring, it wasn't exactly scary. That changed one Saturday night. The station was mostly empty. It was just after 10 p.m., and I was finishing up some cleaning inside the convenience store. The night was cool, with a light fog beginning to settle over the empty road. Then, I heard the distinct sound of a car pulling up to one of the pumps. I looked out through the glass window and saw an old, beat-up sedan rolling in. The car looked like it hadn't been taken care of in years. Rust patches covered most of the body, and the headlights flickered like they could go out at any second. The driver was a man, probably in his late 40s or early 50s, with a rough beard and dirty clothes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were sunken and dark, and his skin had an oily sheen under the dim lights of the station. There was something about him that immediately made my stomach twist. It wasn't that he looked angry or dangerous exactly, just off. He parked his car at pump number 3 and sat there for a moment. I watched him through the window, waiting for him to get out and start pumping gas, but he didn't move. He just stared forward, hands on the steering wheel, his eyes wide and unfocused. I wasn't sure what to do. Part of me wanted to stay inside the store and wait until he left, but something in my gut told me to go out and see if he needed help. Maybe his car had broken down. Maybe he was lost, or maybe I was just overthinking things, as usual. I stepped out of the store, the cool night air hitting my face, and walked over to his car. His eyes snapped toward me as I approached, and for a second I thought I saw something almost like fear flash across his face. I forced a smile, trying to keep my voice steady. "Need any help?" I asked, keeping my distance. He shook his head, not saying a word, and looked away quickly. I didn't like it. His behavior was strange, but I didn't want to push. I turned to head back inside, but as I did, something caught my eye. In the back seat of his car, partially hidden under a dirty black cloth, was a hand. A small hand. At first, I thought it was a mannequin or some sort of prop, but something about it looked too real. It was pale, with tiny fingers curled loosely like a child's hand. My heart skipped a beat. I took a deep breath and turned back to the man. "Is that your kid in the back?" I asked, trying to sound casual, though I could feel the fear creeping into my voice. The man's face changed instantly. His eyes hardened, and he glared at me with such intensity that I felt frozen to the spot. "Mind your business," he said, his voice low and dangerous. I wanted to walk away, pretend I hadn't seen anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. Should I confront him? Call the police? What if I was overreacting? I nodded slowly and stepped back, pretending to head back inside. "All right," I muttered, though I'm not sure he even heard me. But instead of going back to the store, I circled behind his car, keeping out of his line of sight. I needed to stall him and keep him there long enough for help to arrive. I couldn't just let him drive off with that child, if it even was a child. I walked back toward the front of the store, calling out over my shoulder, "Hey, I think something's wrong with the pump." It might take a few minutes to get it working. He didn't respond. He just kept staring forward, gripping the wheel like it was the only thing holding him together. Once I was inside, I grabbed the phone and dialed the local police. My hands were shaking as I explained the situation to the dispatcher, trying to sound calm but feeling the panic building in my chest. Within minutes, 2 police cars pulled into the station, their lights flashing but their sirens off. As soon as the man saw them, he bolted from his car and sprinted toward the woods behind the station. One of the officers chased after him while the other went to check the car. I watched through the window as they pulled the cloth off the back seat. My stomach turned when I saw the boy, He was unconscious, pale, but alive. The officer quickly called for an ambulance. Meanwhile, the man hadn't gotten far. The officer tackled him to the ground at the edge of the woods and cuffed him. They dragged him back to the station, his face twisted in anger, but he said nothing. The next few days were a blur of police reports and interviews. The officers told me that the boy had been kidnapped from a mall a few days earlier. His family had been frantically searching for him, and I couldn't shake the thought of what might have happened if I hadn't noticed that hand in the back seat. A few days later, the police thanked me, saying I'd probably saved the boy's life. I nodded, but I couldn't shake the image of the man's face, the coldness in his eyes when he'd told me to mind my business. Before we get into the next story, if you come for the first time, please make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon for upcoming scary stories. We need your support. Please share these stories with your friends and family. Thanks. It was a cold, rainy night, the kind of night where you'd rather be anywhere else but stuck working the late shift at a small, rundown gas station on the edge of town. My name's Dan, and I've been working here for just over a year. Nights like these are usually quiet, with only the rain tapping against the windows to keep me company. The station itself was old. Faded yellow tiles covered the floor, and the flickering neon sign outside gave everything a strange, sickly glow. The smell of oil and stale coffee filled the air, as it always did. I hated it. The rain had been coming down for hours, heavy and constant. It made the whole place feel even more isolated, like the world outside was a million miles away. I'd already counted the cash in the register twice, restocked the shelves, and mopped the floor. There wasn't much else to do. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly above me, and I remember leaning against the counter, staring out into the dark, thinking about how dead it was tonight. At around 2 a.m., a car pulled up. The headlights cut through the rain like two bright, glaring eyes. It parked right by the front door, unusual for someone just stopping for gas. I didn't recognize the car. The engine rumbled for a second longer than it should have before cutting off, and that gave me an uneasy feeling. I straightened up, waiting for whoever it was to come in. The door creaked open, and a man stepped inside. He was tall, soaking wet, and wore a dark hoodie with the hood pulled low over his face. I couldn't see much of him, but his posture seemed tense and rigid. His jeans were ripped and dirty like he had been out in the rain for hours. "Evening," I muttered, though he didn't respond. Instead, he walked slowly toward the back of the store, near the drinks and snacks. Something about him didn't sit right with me. It wasn't just that he was dripping wet or that he hadn't said a word. It was his walk. Stiff, deliberate, almost like he was forcing himself to move. I tried not to think too much about it. We got all kinds here, drifters, locals, people just passing through. Still, my eyes kept darting back to him as he wandered between the aisles. He was taking too long to decide, longer than anyone should for a bottle of soda or a pack of chips. I heard the faint rustle of plastic, but he hadn't picked anything up. I told myself not to worry, but the longer he stayed, the more the pit in my stomach grew. Something wasn't right. The rain outside pounded harder, the wind whistling through the cracks in the old windows. I wiped the counter with a rag, pretending to stay busy, but my eyes were glued to the back of the store. Then, just when I thought he might leave, he turned sharply and started walking toward me. My heart picked up pace, a dull thudding in my chest. His hands were shoved deep in his hoodie's pockets, and his face was still hidden in shadow. I swallowed hard, trying to keep calm. When he reached the counter, he didn't say anything at first. He just stood there, rainwater pooling on the floor beneath him. I forced myself to look him in the eye, or at least where I thought his eyes would be. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice a little shaky despite my effort to sound casual. He didn't answer. Instead, his hand emerged from his pocket, and what he placed on the counter made my blood turn cold. A gun. It wasn't a big gun, just a small, black revolver, but it might as well have been the size of a cannon for how it made me feel. My throat went dry, and I took an instinctive step back. The man finally spoke, his voice low, almost a growl. "Give me the cash," he said, and those 4 words sent a chill down my spine. There was no emotion in his voice, no hesitation. He was calm, too calm for someone holding a gun in a gas station at 2 a.m. I nodded, hands trembling as I opened the register. The clinking of coins and the rustle of bills seemed so loud in the silence that followed. I didn't look at him. I couldn't. I just kept my eyes on the money as I pulled out the cash, praying he wouldn't pull the trigger. The seconds stretched out like hours. The storm outside raged on, and all I could hear was the pounding of rain and the pounding of my own heart. I handed him the money, crumpled bills, all we had in the register at this time of night. He took it without a word and stuffed it into his pocket. I thought he would leave then, just take the cash and walk out. But he didn't move. He stood there, staring at me, the gun still pointed in my direction. For a moment, I thought that was it, that he'd shoot me just to tie up loose ends. My mind raced, thinking about all the stupid things I'd never get to do. But then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he turned and walked toward the door. He didn't run. He didn't even hurry. He just walked, like nothing had happened. The door swung open with a creak, and the cold air rushed in. He stepped out into the rain, the gun still in his hand. I stood frozen behind the counter, unable to move, until I heard the car door slam and the engine sputter to life. The taillights disappeared into the night, swallowed by the storm. I didn't call the police right away. I couldn't. I just stood there, staring at the puddle of water he had left on the floor, trying to process what had just happened. It didn't feel real. None of it did. But the empty cash register and the faint smell of gunpowder told me otherwise. The rain kept falling, but now it sounded different. I had been driving for hours, my eyes dry and heavy from staring at the dark road ahead. The trees lined both sides, bending slightly with the wind. I wasn't sure where I was anymore. I hadn't seen another car for miles. My GPS had stopped working a while back, leaving me to guess where I was going. The gas gauge was almost on empty, and I needed to find a station soon. That's when I saw it. The gas station appeared out of nowhere, the neon sign flickering faintly in the distance. It wasn't a modern place. It looked old, like it had been forgotten by time. The sign above the pump said gas and go, but the lights were dim, casting an eerie glow over the area. I pulled in, grateful to have found somewhere to fill up. There was only one pump that looked like it worked, and even that seemed questionable. I stepped out of the car, the night air colder than I expected. There was no one around, not even a car parked near the convenience store attached to the station. The windows were dark, but a faint light glowed inside. The pump creaked as I lifted the nozzle, and the smell of gasoline hit my nose. As I began filling up, I glanced toward the store. Something about it felt wrong, like it was staring back at me. The wind picked up, rustling the trees behind the station, and I could hear the faintest sound, like a whisper. I told myself it was just the wind. The pump clicked, signaling that the tank was full, but when I went to put the nozzle back, the pump handle slipped from my hand, hitting the ground with a loud clang. The noise seemed to echo too long, like it was bouncing off invisible walls. I bent down to pick it up when I saw something move in the reflection of my car window. Just a quick flash of movement behind me, near the store. I spun around, heart pounding in my chest. There was nothing. The store sat as still and empty as before, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stood there for a moment, trying to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. It had been a long drive, after all. After putting the nozzle back in place, I figured I should at least go inside the store and see if anyone was working. I walked slowly toward the entrance, my footsteps crunching on the gravel. The glass door was covered in dust like it hadn't been cleaned in years. I pushed it open, and the little bell above the door jingled softly, the sound sharp in the otherwise quiet night. Inside, the store was worse than it looked from the outside. The shelves were half empty, some covered in a thin layer of dust. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting strange shadows that danced across the walls. There was a counter at the back, but no one stood behind it. The cash register was old, with yellowed buttons, and next to it a pack of cigarettes lay open as if someone had just left them there. I called out, but my voice felt swallowed by the silence. No answer. I waited a few seconds, hoping someone would come out from the back room. Nothing. I moved toward the counter, feeling the weight of the silence press against me. There was a door behind the counter, slightly ajar. From where I stood, I could see just enough to notice that the darkness behind the door seemed deeper than the rest of the store. Something about it felt unnatural, like it didn't belong. I stepped closer, staring at that dark doorway. That's when I saw it, a figure, just for a split second, standing in the doorway. It was too dark to make out any details, but I saw enough to know it wasn't right. Its outline was strange, too tall and too thin, and its face, there was something wrong with its face. I blinked, and the figure was gone, leaving only the blackness behind the door. I backed away, my breath coming quicker. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I had seen. I turned to leave, and that's when I heard the sound. It was soft at first, like something dragging along the floor. It came from behind me, from that dark doorway. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't help myself. I shoved the door open and ran back to my car, not looking back. I could still hear that dragging sound behind me, growing louder with each step. I jumped into the car, slamming the door shut and locking it. My hands shook as I fumbled for the keys. When the engine roared to life, I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, speeding out of the station. In the rearview mirror, I could see the gas station shrinking in the distance. But just before it disappeared, I saw it again, standing in the doorway, watching me leave. That figure, its face still hidden in shadow. I didn't stop driving until I reached the next town. The lights of the gas station burned in my memory. That strange, too thin figure standing there like it was waiting for something or someone. I've never been able to shake that night from my mind.